Okay, folks, let me ask you to find your seats. We are slightly delayed because of traffic this morning, but I'm glad everybody's here. Thank you very much for coming. My name is John Hamry. I'm the president here at CSIS, and when we have events like this with outside groups, we always start with a little safety announcement. If there is an emergency, we've not had one in 5 years, but if there's a little emergency, I'm responsible for everybody's well-being, so please follow my instructions. We'll exit through the doors that are directly behind me. This door is the one that's closest to the stairs that takes us down to ground level. When we get out there, we're going to make 2 left-hand turns, and then a right-hand turn. We're going to go over to National Geographic, and we're going to see this great new exhibit that's at National Geographic. I hope you know what this is. The discovery of the Titanic was actually a cover story for a secret Navy operation. It was to find the Scorpion. And you remember this, we'd lost the Scorpion and we needed to know what was going on with the reactor hole, etc. And so the Navy authorized this investigation with the promise that for 1 week they could go see if they could find the Titanic as a cover story. It's fabulous. You got to go over and see it. And if we have an emergency, I'll pay for your ticket. If we don't have an emergency, you pay for your own damn ticket, okay? This is going to be fine. Thank you for coming. We're delighted to have you all here. This is a very important topic and discussion for the day. And I'm going to let Bill Fallon kind of really set the stage a little bit more. So I'll be very simple about this. America has about 208 nuclear reactors. Half of them are with the Navy and half of them are ashore, generating commercial energy. This domestic energy ecosystem is starting to implode. And what does that mean? For our lifetime that we all have been here, the nuclear Navy has been integrally a part of a larger network, a larger ecosystem. That's now changing. And it has implications for us. We need to all understand it and know about it. So we're going to spend some time looking at history, and then we're going to spend some time looking forward. And I'm just delighted so many very, very important people who will be instrumental in helping us think about how the nation proceeds are here today to be with us for this conference. Bill Fallon, who is he's the architect, the driver to make all of this happen. Please welcome Admiral Bill Fallon. Thank you very much.
Well, John, thank you very much, and welcome one and all, and those that are watching from the comfort of your home or office. Happy to have you here. John, particular thanks for the warm hospitality and the partnership in putting on this event, which I would just want to pile on and say, can't imagine many things that are more important to national security, to the United States Navy, and to the industry that has supported the Navy nuclear partnership for many decades. So the way we thought we would do this is by building a foundation, and that foundation would be historical, because difficult to figure out which way you're going to go forward unless you understand from whence you've come, and particularly in this business of nuclear energy and the Navy. It's a foundation that's been rock solid, and I think offers wonderful examples for us as we contemplate where we are and what we've got to do for the future. Couldn't be more important. So welcome one and all. Thanks again, John, for all the help in getting this set up. And what I'd like to do is to kick this off by asking our Chief of Naval Operations, John Richardson, to momentarily come up to the podium. We're particularly grateful that the CNO could find time from an incredibly busy schedule. I'll give you an example. Last week, I was watching him up in Newport, Rhode Island with 104 or something heads of Navy from around the world. Now, how do you think you can get 104 meetings in 2 days? I don't know. And at the same time, put on a symposium to get them all engaged and to move some key issues along. But he did it. But he's managed to take time to join us. So the CNO is certainly not only not a stranger to nuclear power, he's grown up with it. Naval Academy graduate, then MIT schooled, And he's been a nuclear submarine officer from the early days. He's done lots of things from top to bottom in the business of operating submarines. He's had lots of other interesting assignments, including aide to the President, the dutiful service in the Chief of Naval Operations Staff, slaving away, and a few other staffs. Mandatory punishment for those that love to operate in the Navy, as many of us remember faintly from the past. But John is particularly pertinent to this discussion because he spent 3 years in the job as Admiral Caldwell's predecessor at Naval Reactors. As we thought about putting this on, I had a couple of interesting anecdotes that I could dredge up from my past and a fleeting passing with Admiral Rickover many years ago, but I thought I'd save them for cocktail entertainment sometime and get on with life. I want to ask Admiral Richardson to please come up here. Our 31st Chief of Naval Operations, John, thank you very much for being with us. It's a great honor and pleasure.
Well, Admiral Fallon, thank you so much for that, and very generous introduction. I think really it's a very kind way of saying I'm the only person in the history of the nuclear propulsion program to be kind of dismissed and demoted from the director before the appointed time. It's an 8-year job by law, and I was shuffled aside in 3 years. They brought in Frank, who is correcting all the faults and problems that I created. So Frank, thanks very much for doing that. I've got to say, time, tide, and rush hour traffic, no wait for no man. And so we were bound up a little bit, and it's just a harsh reality. But thank you, Dr. Hamry, and the gentle people at CSIS for accommodating my tardy arrival, and we'll get started. And it is great to be here in such wonderful company and centered around such a terrific idea, Admiral Fallon. So when you thought this up and asked if I'd support it, I said, well, not only support it, but I'd love to be part of it. This is one of these talks that you sort of look forward to giving when you have the opportunity to do that. And so we'll continue to sort of, with our celebration of nuclear power. Let me see if I can, is there slides coming up, or it's not critical, but yeah, I got it right here. All right. Well, here you go. There we go. Okay. All right. Let me hear. Let's back it up. All right. We're backing it up here. There we go. All right. Phew. Okay. Well, you've all seen this photo before. It was on the cover of National Geographic, and I think it gives you a sense of the excitement in the country that accompanied the dawn of nuclear power. Nuclear Task Force 1, all of those sailors spelling out E = mc squared on the deck of the Enterprise, celebrating our triumph as we harness the atom. And we're here, I think, today to, as Dr. Hamry and Admiral Fallon said, to celebrate that triumph by looking back. And I'm mindful that I'm in the company of some world-class historians here, and I think that the best histories are one that can transport you back into the time where these decisions were made, to get past this sense of 20/20 hindsight, to get past this sense of armchair quarterback, to put you in there and give you the sense that while we are where we are with nuclear power right now, kind of a fundamental part of our naval power, none of that was preordained by any means at all. Right? This was not a thing that was going to happen. This was a thing that happened only through a combination of vision, a combination of hard work, and a combination of technical expertise that really made this happen. And I thought, as we appreciated this, I'd like to talk about it sort of in three areas. One, I just want to highlight the spirit of innovation and optimism that accompanied the dawn of this program. And really as an idea and an example of what this nation can do when it really puts its mind to it. Then, in addition to the nuclear propulsion program itself, I want to talk about how revolutionary this technology really was at the time and remains today. And then I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the system that was put in place that allowed this technology to flourish, not only to achieve the wonderful potential of nuclear propulsion, but also to mitigate all of its risks. And so let's think about this first era, this era of optimism and technical achievement. And if you step back and look at the history of the program, the beginning of the program, the speed of accomplishment is just truly remarkable. And if you could probably pinpoint, the genome or the first beginnings of the program in a number of different places, but I thought maybe a good place to start would be 1939. And if you think about 1939, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was still the president, and the Nazis had just invaded Poland, and Niels Bohr and Enrico Fermi had just figured out that they could split a uranium atom using fission, and that could yield an energy release. This was the very first idea of fission, 1939. And within a matter of months, these were all the quantum scientists, the quantum physicists, very exciting time in that world as well. Within a matter of months of realizing that fission, Albert Einstein and his colleagues penned a letter to President Roosevelt calling for watchfulness and, if necessary, quick action regarding this technology. And President Roosevelt, being a man of bold vision and imagination himself, set up the Advisory Committee on Uranium, immediately established. And so we're off and running. Fast forward just a few years, 1942, the United States is fully engaged in World War II at this point. In the theaters, everybody's watching Casablanca, right? And there was Enrico Fermi still at it. And in 1942, on 2 December, brought the Chicago pile, critical for the very first time, under the University of Chicago Stagg Field, produced half a watt of power in 4.5 minutes, okay? And there's so many pictures and everything that go along with that, with ropes and pulling control rods out by hand. But this was sort of the very first example of a controlled fission in 1942 underneath that stadium. Now you really have to strap in, right? You have to just get your harness strapped in tight because it fast forwards very quickly. 1942 was the first criticality. 1946, Captain Hyman Rickover is assigned to investigate nuclear power for naval operations. In 1951, a mere 5 years later, we received congressional authorization to build the USS Nautilus, a submarine that not only can bring a reactor critical, but can harness that power into a propulsion plant and put it inside of a submarine. The keel was laid for Nautilus in 1952. She was christened in 1954, sponsored by Mamie Eisenhower, President Eisenhower's wife, as a symbol for this Atoms for Peace and what this meant for the nation. The submarine was commissioned in 30 September of 1954, and we were underway on nuclear power in January of 1955. So think about that timeline right there, right? 1939, the first conceptual theoretical manifestation, the first experiment that releases energy from an atom in a controlled manner, and 1955, just 16 years later, we are underway on a submarine with that technology, okay? Right now, I don't think we could do the paperwork in that amount of time, right? We couldn't get the analysis of alternatives done and all of that other stuff that characterizes modern acquisition, okay? It didn't stop there, of course, right? We were underway on nuclear power in 1955, but in parallel to that, the Polaris missile program started, right? And so 1956, that program begins, And this was one of these programs which was really, again, founded on just this technical optimism that characterized so much in that era, but particularly this program. And so we literally just took a submarine that was designed to be an attack submarine, essentially sawed it in half, spread it apart, and put in a missile compartment, right? All of this was working in parallel. We were designing the missile compartment, designing the submarine, making sure that it would not only sink, but also come back up with that missile compartment inside of it. In parallel, we were building and, designing and building missile technology that would be able to leave that submarine and reach a destination with some sense of accuracy thousands of miles away. We were putting all of the guidance system and everything into that, and we were doing the atomic weapon end of it all in parallel. None of this foreseen, none of this deeply studied, but we had this sense that with the right people on the right jobs, we could make this thing happen. And certainly we did. 1956 was the program's start. 1960, the first launch of Polaris from the USS George Washington submerged. Okay? In parallel with that, we had the USS Enterprise, okay? The first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the biggest ship in the world at the time of its launching, and also the biggest power plant in the world at the time of its launching, okay? Some of the 8 reactors, the most powerful nuclear power plant in existence at the time. And, sometimes as we think about shipbuilding today, we lose sight of the unbelievable advantages that nuclear power brought both to the submarine and to the carrier. If you just want to appreciate the Enterprise for a second and think about its power plant, the core of the reactor plant, to give you a sense of the power density involved, if the carrier is something like a Honda Accord, a mid-sized sedan, the power plant would be the equivalent size of 2 D-cell batteries inside that sedan, and yet it produced power for 50 years. Not only did it propel the aircraft carrier so spectacularly, but it also, by virtue of that power density, allowed the ship to carry at least twice the amount of aviation fuel, ordnance, and everything else by virtue of the room that it created. Because it was underway on nuclear power, there were no exhaust gases from a combustion type of propulsion. Those exhaust gases would come out of the stack and precipitate on the wings of the aircraft, which would accelerate corrosion of those aircraft. And so you get a maintenance boost in the air wing by virtue of not having to wash down the aircraft and take care of that corrosion. The logistics force and the rest of the Navy was transformed just to keep up. Right? We had to design an entire new class of logistics ships just to be able to supply the Enterprise and allow her to reach her potential. And so, and her development was as impressive as Nautilus. Keel laid in 1958, launched in 1960, commissioned in 61, and on her maiden voyage in 1962. Again, the speed that this nation can achieve if we put our minds to it is stunning. And as she moved down the James River, just to give you a sense of the excitement of the time, people lined the riverbanks several layers deep to watch this marvel of technology that the United States had created sail out to sea. And of course, there was more to it, right? This was our response at the time to the Cold War was on and in full swing. And the Soviets had caught us, had stolen a march on us with Sputnik. And so as we, got our minds around what that meant, not only were we moving to recapture the momentum in the space race, inspired later on in the 60s by another visionary president, President Kennedy, our immediate response was nuclear power warships. This was one of our major counterpunches. And so you saw a lot of publicity about the Nautilus going up under the polar ice cap and achieving, a position underneath the ice at the North Pole, receiving a Presidential Unit Citation for demonstrating where this submarines with this technology could go. It was possible to circumnavigate the entire globe submerged. And all of these things captured a tremendous amount of publicity as a symbol that we were in this Cold War, our technology was there, and we were in it to win it. To give you a sense of what this delivers, one of my very first responsibilities as the director of naval reactors was to speak at the inactivation of the USS Enterprise. And I will tell you, it was an event for the ages, right? We had 12,000 people show up for that. We spoke from one of the elevators of the ship. And so 12,000 people arrayed down on the pier, which was a magnificent sight. And among those 12,000 people were some of the people that had designed and built the Enterprise back in the 50s and 60s. Some of the people from Frank's program, the Naval Nuclear Propulsion program. There were plank owners. There were shipmates from the entire life of the ship that had spanned 51 years and 25 deployments. And think about what happened in those 51 years, right? This ship was built to fight the Cold War. Her first mission was in the Cuban Missile Crisis. She was off, helping and on station for that blockade. There were a couple of carriers in that effort. One of her sister ships, the USS Independence, refueled in the same amount of time that Enterprise was underway, refueled about 20 times and burned over 5 million gallons of fuel while she was on station. Enterprise could outperform her in every dimension and burn no fuel. Fast forward, the security environment changes. Enterprise doing duty off of Yankee Station off the coast of Vietnam. At 0700 on 2 December in 1965, Enterprise commenced her first air operations in combat. The bridge and the superstructure covered with people who were so excited, newspaper reporters, VIPs, et cetera. And the task force commander, Admiral Hank Miller, transmitted the signal that I have the distinct honor and pleasure to announce to you that on the second day in December 1965 at 0720 Hotel, the first nuclear-powered task group of your Pacific Fleet and the United States Navy engaged the enemy. And the Enterprise went on, flying a record of 125 strike sorties and dropping another record of 167 tons of ordnance. Fast forward again, she served throughout this dynamic security environment, engaging and serving in Operation Enduring Freedom, commanded by then Captain Winnefeld, as in response to 9/11. I think, Sandy, you were on your way home, took a look at the news, left full rudder, 180-degree turn, back into the fight, right? On station, sustained. No need to worry about logistics in terms of fuel, power, et cetera, ready to go. If you just think about the lifespan of the ship, the first commanding officer of Enterprise was born in 1916, okay, during World War I, okay? And the decommissioning CEO of the Enterprise was born after the ship got underway in 1966, 4 years after her maiden voyage. And during that time, the 51 years, an amazing span of service to our nation, during which time warfare completely changed. And the personal experience of everybody on that ship, from the dawn of aviation really to the 21st century warfare. The role of the carrier changed. It adapted, right? There's something to be said about the virtues of near unlimited power and monstrous payload, okay? It's adaptable to the changing tides of time. So, in terms of the optimism, the technical achievement of the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, both in the undersea and carrier aviation, aircraft carriers, a stunning achievement on a stunning timeline from the very first theoretical idea of nuclear fission to harnessing the atom and putting it to work in things like the Nuclear Task Force 1. But still there was more. This technology spawned a technological revolution, right? And we can have a debate at some point in terms of what constitutes a revolution, but I would say that one thing that characterizes a revolution is that not only does the technology move forward on its own, but it brings so many other technologies along with it. And nuclear power was such a technology. It wasn't just the capabilities of the reactors and payloads, but the possibilities that it opened up spurred on advances in other fields. So by virtue of being able to remain submerged for almost an indefinite period of time, now we were truly denizens of the deep. We had to know that environment. And so oceanography took, leaps forward in terms of what we understood about the ocean. Ocean acoustics, leaps forward. Inertial navigation, leaps into action. Missile technology, leaps into action. Metallurgy, chemistry, all of it moves forward by virtue of being pulled along by the potential of the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program. In fact, today, if you dabble in this, you're probably familiar with the chart of the nuclides, which is still produced by the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, right? They still define the state of the art. And so we have a clear track record now, not only of a brilliant technology that has magnificent operational outcomes for the Navy and the nation, but also this motive force that pushes forward technology in so many other areas. The third area that I wanted to touch on this morning was just this system that was put in place to bring all of this about. And these outcomes, as I said, did not just happen on their own. They were the combination of the long-term visionary leadership of Admiral Hyman Rickover, who realized that the design and the manufacture, the assembly, the testing, the operation, maintenance, selection and training of personnel were all highly interrelated, right? He had this vision that saw this thing at the systems level almost from the very beginning. And to tackle that systems comprehensive vision, he set about creating an organization where problems were brought directly to the attention of people in authority with the technical knowledge to make those decisions. He created an organization, a system that unified authority, accountability, and responsibility. The unification of not only technical authority, but also regulatory authority, a partnership across the Department of the Navy and the Department of the Energy. This cradle-to-grave responsibility accompanied with the tenure of the director, where you actually will have to own that job, own the decisions you make, live with the decisions you make. It creates a closed-form solution that brings home in a tangible way that, boy, this really does reside with us. This may be, we were going to treat this like our last job, all right? We were going to do it to the ultimate amount of our abilities. Not just the operators, but the designers, fabricators, contractors, everybody. If you go to those private organizations that work with Admiral Caldwell's program, there is a tangible atmosphere in the halls and amongst the people of those contractors. They too consider themselves as part of the program. The walls have pictures on them with the history of the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program. The director's portraits are up there, except for mine because I only did 3 years. But they feel as much a part of this success, as much a part of the technical standards, all of that. This is the atmosphere that Admiral Rickover created, placed a premium on technical expertise and high-performing engineering. And as I'll just quote him in a 1979 report, the discipline in the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program has been successful, not because it involves military applications, but because I have insisted upon staffing the program with intelligent, motivated people whom I hold accountable. All right? What a recipe for success as we think about tackling our problems today, as we think about maybe re-achieving that optimism, that technical optimism that can propel us forward, I can think of no better quote to center our minds and to allow us to put together an organization to move us forward. And so I think that's where I'd like to sort of bring the talk to a close. Above all else, I think the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program serves as a tacit reminder, and even more, an inspiration of what can be done with the right amount of imagination, the right amount of energy, the right amount of authority. The combination of this optimism, aiming for lofty and demanding goals, coupled with this organization and social structure, produced incredible and far-reaching outcomes. The fundamental lessons taught by the early days and really throughout the program apply today. The lessons of enterprise, of Nautilus, of George Washington apply today. The importance of adaptability, adapting our own systems, the payloads and tactics, adapting to the enemies as well. The importance of power and ship design. We're seeing that today, right? As we think about pulse power weapons, directed energy weapons, these are going to require immense amounts of power and nuclear power ready to deliver. The importance of scalability, from putting a nuclear propulsion plant into a small submarine all the way up to powering an aircraft carrier. That spirit endures today, right? We have the USS Gerald R. Ford, a new aircraft carrier design underway on nuclear power. Her future will deliver the same sort of adaptability, the same sort of service to our nation that the Enterprise delivered during her life. The Los Angeles class is another example of a long-sustaining program, still serving as the workhorse of our attack submarine fleet, even as the new submarine class, the Virginia, comes forward in increasing numbers and performing spectacularly at sea. The Ohio class SSBN, which is the inheritors of the undersea leg of the strategic triad. She inherited it from George Washington and the first generation. Then we have the Ohio class on alert right now, as they have been every moment since 1960, and soon to be relieved by the Columbia class moving forward into the future. Listen, submarine employment has changed, right, since Nautilus. Converting SSBNs to SSGNs, adapting the platform to the security challenges that we face. Carrier aviation has changed. We have adapted to the changing security environment. Like the USS Enterprise, like the nuclear-powered submarines of the past, Gerald R. Ford and the submarines of the future will be around for decades to come. Like Enterprise, national security and warfare will change over those decades, and so too will be the way that we employ that ship, right? The combination of power and payload will give us all of the adaptability that we need. There is an inherent demand for those two virtues at sea. So the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, as stunning as its past is by no means a done deal. It took courage and fortitude on the part of a few visionaries to make it happen, to bring it to life, and it will take courage and vision to continue to bring it forward and allow it to reach its full potential. I believe that this revolution, inspired by nuclear propulsion, nuclear power, is still unfolding and has tremendous potential for more service in the goal of peace and prosperity. And beyond the remarkable circumstances under which it's developed, beyond the history of operational achievements, the naval nuclear propulsion idea represents what a team can accomplish with the right ingredients. A sense of optimism, indeed a bias towards accomplishment with a sense of urgency. The right people, technical expertise held accountable with the appropriate authorities to own something from cradle to grave with the attendant accountability. And as we think today about recapturing and gaining a sense of urgency in great power competition, we, I think, could do no better than to try and seek to recapture, recombine these ingredients in nuclear power and elsewhere to be adaptable and agile, to find these revolutionary technologies where they exist, and to harness them and achieve remarkable outcomes. So that's my pitch for you today. It's been a delight to kick this very important conference off, and I think we have some time that I can take some questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
We've got about 10 minutes for questions, and I'll let the Admiral field his own. So please indicate with your hand up.
It was that comprehensive a talk, right? There are just, ma'am.
The civilian nuclear industry faces competition overseas and faces significant challenges trying to achieve innovation and do new things. And I'm interested in whether the Navy also faces challenges in nuclear innovation. As you look at your adversaries who are doing innovation with the Canyon program and others, do you face those challenges? And if so, how are you working to address them?
I would say that my sense, and you have to sort of study it, right? So there are, with this technology in particular, there are things that you must do, right? So one of the other sort of brilliant parts of the outcome, where we are with the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program, is that it seemed that from the start, Admiral Rickover and his team had a sense of not only the tremendous potential that this technology brought if we allowed our minds to innovate, but also a very deep understanding of I guess the risks associated with this technology if it wasn't handled properly. And so if you think about where we stand right now, we have a program that inherited this wonderful sense of balance, of allowing innovation, but allowing innovation inside a framework that was not completely unbounded, but was bounded by some technologies, some philosophy that was always mindful that this is tremendous power, and if we aren't careful about it, the risks could outweigh the gains. And so there is this tremendous balance that has been achieved by the program. I think that has allowed tremendous innovation in naval nuclear propulsion. A lot of times, looking from the outside in, a lot of people see the conservatism, they see the framework, and I'm glad they do, right? People don't worry about where we park our nuclear power warships, because that framework has allowed for decades and decades of safe and secure operation. But within that framework, there's tremendous innovation in the program in terms of control systems, human-machine interface, all of those things that sometimes are lost on an outside observer. So I look forward to continued innovation inside the program, and there is a great partnership with the private sector as well, in that they do a lot of the work for us, and so I think that there's some crosstalk that could be achieved there. So, okay, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Admiral. So you were talking about the excitement of when the Enterprise first started doing what it does, and today, obviously, as you know, the Navy is now having to figure out how to dispose of the Enterprise. Could you speak to some of the challenges that you're facing on that front and where the Navy is at with that? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, this is just sort of a very predictable challenge, right? And there are a lot of options. I think Admiral Caldwell is probably much better suited to answer the latest developments in that. But I can assure you that the program is looking at just about every opportunity to to execute that evolution, to dispose of Enterprise. There are a number of options, but again, every one of those inside that framework that we're going to do this properly, safely, securely, with a very close eye on doing this right in a way that's environmentally responsible, et cetera. So Frank, I don't know if you want to provide any more insight into that. disposal of Enterprise?
Yes, sir. We're studying it right now.
There's a microphone right there.
Yeah, thanks, Cino. First off, as the CNO said, we're going to do this correctly. We are studying options to see what's affordable, what the best way to do it. We have an environmental impact statement that we're working on right now to look at several alternatives. We don't currently have a preferred alternative, but we're working our way through that, and I think it's going to take a year or more before we get the answer on that.
Okay.
We can take one last question, and we'll have to send our water. Microphone right there.
That's an excellent choice.
Thank you very much, Admiral. It's been my privilege to have known you through the years under many iterations, all the way from when you were a commander, so that's a long time. But I'm going to be blunt. We're gathered here today as a consequence of a call to general quarters, because unless we keep this partnership between the private sector and the federal government healthy, as it has been through these years, we're headed for real problem in the rest of the world who's competing with us in many respects. What have you done personally to take this message that you've given today and rivet it into the minds of those, your superiors, your SecDef, on up the chain into the White House? Because that's what's going to be required,
Right.
a giant federal recognition of this need and to move swiftly to fill in this void.
Right. Sir, I couldn't agree with you more. And in addition to me doing my part, I don't think that anybody would be surprised that Admiral Caldwell and myself would be staunch advocates for the benefits of nuclear power, the need for this partnership. And so I think, to your point, you know, when the general quarters is sounded, it's not just the captain who runs to the bridge, it's not just the engineer who runs to the engineering spaces, it is an all-hands evolution. And so I would encourage that please make no assumption that Admiral Caldwell and I and those of us in uniform who are expected to advocate for this are going to be able to carry the day. We all need to respond to this alarm. We all need to carry this message forward if we are interested in the future security of the nation and the Navy. So, sir, thank you for sounding the alarm so clearly and spurring us all to action, as you have since the very beginning of this program. All right, thank you all very much. I look forward to a great conference.
Bill, go ahead.
Okay, Cino, thank you very, very much. While I invite Dave Rosenberg to come up here and get his panel organized, I want to provide a few administrative remarks. So the idea this morning is to have this very diverse and interesting audience listen to an even more diverse and we hope interesting series of presentations. And I would invite you to relax. We'll be here hopefully for a couple of hours, and you'll leave this place more informed, fired up to take on this challenge that Senator Warner just highlighted for us, and also to be a little entertained, because the history of the program includes some things that I think some of us will remember and others may not know about, but you'll take these on board and I think learn about them as well. So a couple of just looking ahead. Dave's going to introduce his gang and maybe do about an hour and a half. Promise you get a break. So there are restrooms nearby. And we also are going to feed the masses. And so John has arranged for a wonderful repast, which will be arrayed outside here. And so when we take a break after this panel, invite you to do what you need to do. Go out, get your meal, which will be handily in a box, and you can bring it back in here. and we will probably break a few rules, but allow you to chow down, as we say in the Navy, while the second panel takes place. And then we'll go for about an hour and a half, and we'll have a wrap-up by a very stirring, iconic American leader, and more about that. We have many distinguished guests in the audience today, and it would take me the rest of the morning to go around and note you all individually, so please bear with me. But I want to thank Admiral Gary Hall over from the White House, representing the President, National Security Council. Very, very key, because we need help in this call to General Quarters from the top to the bottom. So CNO, a terrific pictorial for those of us that understand what happens during General Quarters. Every person on the ship has something to do and something that's important. And so, Gary, thank you for coming, and for many other distinguished guests that are here. Okay, Dave Rosenberg is going to head this panel, so I'll step out of the way. Sit down a minute. You're not ready yet. So we'll give. I've known Dave for many, many years. A terrific guy, naval officer extraordinaire, intelligence officer. He's tried, even to this week, to impart details of knowledge that I should have known, but Dave knows that weak of mind, feeble of mind, whatever. Dave's an acclaimed historian, author, man about town. He does work over at the Institute for Defense Analysis these days, trying to impart some of his wisdom on them. But he's also a member of the Naval Historical Foundation Board. Very pleased to have him. Dave, you're in charge of this panel, which is going to explore the foundation for nuclear power in the Navy and in the commercial world as well. So Dave, over to you. Thank you very much for being here, and your panel is great.
Thank you, sir. There we are. One of the founders of this marvelous institution, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, is an individual that I know very well and have known much of his life and history. Many years ago, when I gave a paper at the Naval Academy, Admiral Arleigh Burke came up to me and said, "You know, Dave, that was really very good. But one bit of recommendation to you that my old pappy told me. When you want to spread manure, don't overload the wagon." Unfortunately, I have a tendency to overload the wagon, and so I have 29 slides that I need to provide a pictorial history of the nuclear Navy. The good news is, though, that I thank CNO for, in fact, having given you a narrative that you can now get some pictures for as we move forward. So let us start in the beginning. For those who are not aware, we are actually celebrating the 70th anniversary, we're kind of in the middle of it, of naval reactors. The creation of a reactors branch in the Bureau of Ships on one hand in August of 1948, and in February 49, the creation of a reactor division in a naval reactors branch in the Atomic Energy Commission. This is owed to one man, Hyman G. Rickover, Captain U.S. Navy, class of 1922, electrical engineer, engineering duty only officer, who in fact had this marvelous vision. Now, if you look at these pictures, you will find Captain Rickover with the Legion of Merit, with the Secretary of the Navy, Dan Kimball, explaining to Secretary Kimball the workings of a nuclear reactor. That's a picture also of the prototype in Idaho. And then finally, something that you may not realize, not only was it important in terms of the criticality of getting Nautilus underway, the nuclear power program, but you will note that that is the President of the United States, Harry S. Truman, in June of 1952, laying the keel of USS Nautilus. We then have, as CNO discussed, Mrs. Mamie Eisenhower as the sponsor of Nautilus. There's a wonderful shot of Admiral Rickover, and behind him, what you will see is, to the right, that is Commander Dennis Wilkinson, the skipper of Nautilus, enjoying himself as Admiral Rickover is there in the top panel. And then finally, that is the famous message from January 1955, underway on nuclear power. Now, interesting point. Rickover provided the submarine. He provided the plant. But decisions were made by senior leaders in the Navy that have had very far-reaching impact. That's a shot of Rear Admiral Arleigh Burke, the commander of the destroyer force of the Atlantic Fleet, on board Nautilus in the spring of 1955. Big deal, Rear Admiral. Well, actually, in August of 1955, he became Admiral Arleigh Burke, the chief of naval operations. And by September, he was writing to Admiral of the Fleet Mountbatten, the first Sea Lord, that he had decided that from here on, all American submarines would be nuclear-powered based on the albacore hull. This pleased, obviously, Admiral Rickover, who, by the way, made the cover of Time 2 years before Admiral Burke did in 1954. Admiral Rickover was finally promoted Admiral after a number of problems getting through the selection board in 1953. As CNO noted, in the aftermath of Sputnik, the President of the United States, General Eisenhower, President Eisenhower, believed that we could use the nuclear power capabilities of the United States Navy submarine force to make a real difference. We sent Nautilus around to the North Pole. At the same time, by the way, we also sent Skate to the North Pole as well in the summer of 1958. And then in 1960, in Operation Sandblast, we sent Ned Beach and the USS Triton around the world as well. In the middle of that, you will notice two unique ribbons. These have not been duplicated. The N is the Presidential Unit Citation given to Nautilus, and the globe is the Presidential Unit Citation given to Triton. Dwight Eisenhower, in an effort known as Operation Candor in December 1953, announced the Atoms for Peace program, which was an effort to, in fact, put another image about the United States as not just the purveyor of nuclear power and nuclear warfare as part of his deterrence, but also the importance of commercial nuclear power. And under the auspices of Atoms for Peace, the Atomic Energy Commission was looking to find a way to, in fact, build commercial nuclear power. Who did they turn to? In 1954, they turned to naval nuclear propulsion. They turned to naval reactors. And so President Eisenhower actually remotely did the groundbreaking, that's him on the left, for the Shippingport nuclear reactor near Pittsburgh. And then the reactor vessel coming in, reportedly a nuclear reactor designed for an aircraft carrier. And then finally those marvelous pictures of Admiral Rickover with, quote, an assistant. And then for those who are old enough to remember the lower right-hand corner, that is Admiral Rickover with Edward R. Murrow of CBS News inside the reactor vessel, talking about Shippingport that went critical in 1957 and continued on until 1982. Another thing that Rickover did, and it's worthwhile to just note this because of these marvelous pictures, Rickover reluctantly, initially, did not want to share nuclear power with the Royal Navy. He was directed to do so. And so the upper left is Admiral Rickover. Senator Warner is making a point of this, that Admiral Rickover in the Triton prototype plant with Admiral Mountbatten. And then the reason why I included this is this marvelous picture to the right. This is an autograph picture that I found online. I don't know whether someone was trying to sell it or whatever, but it's an autograph picture from Mountbatten to Rickover showing the closeness that, in fact, emerged. Now, I apologize for the small print, but the key point here is that by 1958, the United States Navy had a vision. This is Arleigh Burke's vision for a Navy with 150 plus ships with nuclear power by 1970, by the 1970 era, to include 6 attack carriers, 18 cruisers, 54 guided missile frigates, later both being combined, as well as only, at that point, 65 submarines with nuclear power, plus the first time it was ever noted, 40 ballistic missile submarines, as well as another 12 with what were at the time Regulus cruise missiles. Regulus, didn't I say that? Anyway, the key point is that there was a serious vision that was shared about where the Navy would go. This never totally came to pass, of course. CNO noted the importance of Polaris. I want to point out something here. That's Admiral Rayburn, who was the first director of the Special Projects Office with Admiral Burke, with a model of George Washington. That is Admiral Burke's letter, declassified, declaring that the main purpose of the SSGN fleet ballistic missile will be a national deterrent capability, not a nuclear capability to go after targets of naval interest as American aircraft carrier nuclear capability was being designed. But there's an interesting point to be noted. You can't easily see it, but the original plan for a fleet ballistic missile were going to be solid fuel Jupiter missiles. The weight of those would have led to an 8,500-ton submarine. That would have meant either 2 reactors like you had in Triton, or a totally different reactor than the S-5W that went into the Polaris boats. And instead, what Rayburn was able to do was reduce the weight to get down to 16 Polaris A1s so that you could, in fact, take this submarine to sea, cut a Skipjack-class submarine in half, and do the first 5 boats that way. And so what you have is, I'm not going to ask you to read all of that, but you in fact have this marvelous capability going to sea between 1960 and 1967 and lasting into the mid-1980s. 41 for freedom. A remarkable accomplishment that transformed American nuclear strategy and made sure that you would have an invulnerable deterrent against Russian missiles and bombers. Here's a wonderful shot of Admiral Rickover with his staff. And I think it's marvelous in particular to requote what CNO noted. Intelligent, motivated people that I hold accountable. They worked initially from the 1950s on until 1970 in the lower left in Maine Navy in a rather wretched building. How many people here remember Maine Navy? All right, there's a few of us. I actually worked there for 4 years myself as an undergraduate. Ugly building, built in 1918. And they worked there for the entire time until they somewhat reluctantly, because they had to move out of Washington, moved to Crystal City. And happily, they have now moved back since NAVSEA and naval reactors have come back. Yes, another eye chart. These, based on a couple of books and also the Wikipedia piece, is how many naval reactors the United States, the types that were built. But, because Admiral Fallon and I went over this, if you look at the upper right-hand corner, 32 aircraft carrier reactors, including 8 for Enterprise. 18 cruiser reactors, 9 cruisers, and then 221 submarine reactors that include the first sodium-cooled reactor on Seawolf, as well as its replacement, and the 2 reactors on Triton. And these are in addition to the prototypes that are listed. A remarkable achievement of safety and of, obviously, power. In addition to submarines, there were the first nuclear surface ships. CNO has already talked about them. Long Beach, Enterprise, and then Bainbridge. All lay down in the 1950s during Burke's tour as CNO, commissioned in the early 1960s. CNO noted Operation Sea Orbit, 1964. Nuclear Task Force 1 departing the Mediterranean, sailing south along the coast of Africa, then across the Indian Ocean and to Australia, and then across the Pacific and up the east coast of South America. A remarkable achievement done between April and October 1964 without refueling. This did bring significant luster to the U.S., and it was, as CNO noted, on the cover of National Geographic, which got a lot of people interested in the nuclear navy. Then we began to see, we saw nuclear warships going to Vietnam. CNO noted Enterprise. She made 6 combat deployments. In addition, in 1969, fire on the flight deck off Hawaii in preparation for deployment, killed a number of sailors and injured others. In fact, I think it's worth noting what you had, 27 killed in action and 314 wounded, 15 aircraft destroyed, but she was then rapidly repaired and brought back. An interesting thing is, while Bainbridge also made Vietnam deployments, the only nuclear surface ship in the U.S. Navy ever to draw blood is Long Beach, who in 1967, 68, and in other deployments actually provided air defense direction for interception of MiGs, but also in 1968 twice, 2 shots over 60 miles with that marvelous big missile system on her stern, the Talos, killed 2 MiGs on her own, but we kept it quiet because of the sensitivity of that capability in terms of what was done. And now we look at the American nuclear attack submarines. For the submariners in the audience who weren't at the submarine symposium last year, don't worry, this has all been reviewed by Submarine Force and by OSD. The thing I want to point out to you is not just the reactor, but also the big sonar. Now, the key point is, almost all of you have either read or seen the movie The Hunt for Red October. You can't trail in a diesel. You have to have a nuclear submarine. You can't sustain that trail, and you got to have that big sonar to make it work. And so, unless you understand that, this is a key part of the capability to have undersea dominance. These two charts with, again, the eye chart of the memos, but these are what protect me. CNO has seen these going back to when he was subland. These are the declassified memorandum that say where were U.S. submarines in the 1950s and the 1970s. And that's where they were. Norwegian Sea, in the Barents, in the Sea of Japan, and then off the Soviet coast. And the ability to stay there, the ability to do this was utterly critical in terms of providing surveillance and preparation in the event of war. But equally important, there were 2 other things that represent stories that, shall we say, more widely known in the submarine force, a lot more such operations. June 1972, USS Guardfish off Vladivostok detects a number of Soviet SSGN Echo-class submarines departing heading south. She trails one all the way down into the South China Sea, where she holds 800 miles east of the Gulf of Tonkin, where the United States is undertaking Linebacker 1. Other submarines also sail, 3 additional from Vladivostok, 1 from Petropavlovsk. This is a nuclear crisis no one ever heard about. This story, by the way, was declassified in 1999, so don't anybody get nervous about it. And Dave Minton, the skipper of Guardfish, has actually written a book about this. The key point is that the fact that this occurred was made known by Henry Kissinger to the Soviet foreign minister, who then pulled these submarines out. A nuclear crisis was abated by the capability of American nuclear submarines to surveil Russian nuclear submarines. Equally important, by 1978, Tom Evans in Batfish is able to trail a Yankee-class submarine through its entire deployment in the Atlantic. Again, in both cases, only something nuclear submarines can do. I needed to note this. Admiral Rickover wanted to see whether or not he could, in fact, create a small nuclear reactor for a submarine that had deep diving capability to conduct a whole range of potential operations. And in the late 1960s, he did this on NR-1. For those who served, Ed Giambastiani, John Greenert, it was not exactly the nicest boat to serve on. As the comment was, everybody who ever served on it got seasick, because the fact was the boat was so small. But she did remarkable things, but will take a while for anybody to know. But she lasted into the 2000s. This is the USS Nimitz, the first Nimitz-class carrier. We commissioned 10 of these carriers between the early 1970s and 2009. These have become the mainstay of U.S. naval aviation. This capability, this long life, this huge flight deck, this representation of American sovereignty is a key foundation of the United States Navy. And again, 2 nuclear reactors, not 8, and over time, getting rid of the requirement for refueling or reducing it. Now, the problem area remains the question of nuclear surface ships, in the sense that the United States built 9 nuclear cruisers. There's a marvelous picture of the 6 of them, of the California and Virginia class cruisers on the upper right. But the fact is, they were relatively short-lived ships. Now, there were proposals as the lower left picture shows, of taking old Long Beach and re-engineering her for an Aegis capability or building a follow-on for Aegis, but that never occurred. And so in the 1990s, we decommissioned all of these, and we have not gone on. However, the other success is the Ohios, which we commissioned between the 1980s to the mid-1990s. And these have been the foundation of nuclear deterrence, continuing what the 41 for Freedom have done. But in addition, after we signed the START agreement, START 2, we in fact were able to re-engineer 4 of the Ohios into guided missile submarines carrying hundreds of 124 Tomahawks, plus a capability for special warfare. A shot of our directors of naval reactors, Admiral Rickover retiring in 1982, followed by Admiral McKee, Admiral DeMars, Admiral Bowman, Admiral Donald, Admiral Richardson, and finally Admiral Caldwell. The interesting shot of Rickover, one on board Nautilus. The other one, however, is a shot of him apparently in civilian dress receiving a Distinguished Service Medal up in 1961 up in New London. However, that wasn't his swan song, as you all know. He lasted until 1982. Okay, this is a marvelous diagram that shows the current nuclear submarine fleet in profile. A remarkable capability that CNO talked about. I won't spend any more time on it, other than noting that this is still state of the art. A shot of USS Vinson and USS Enterprise in the Arabian Sea in the fall of 2001. Admiral Winnefeld will discuss this. And this final shot. And that is of the future, if you will, of American nuclear, naval nuclear power. Of USS Ford, to be followed by John F. Kennedy and then Enterprise. Of the Virginia-class submarine with the Virginia payload module. And then finally the Columbia-class SSBNs. So they're all expensive propositions, but they bring very, very significant capability to the United States. And with that, I will stop presenting and turn into a moderator. Okay, so let me get Norman set up. Our first panelist today is Norman Polmar. You all know Norman Polmar. Many of you will be expecting interesting things from Norman Polmar. Norman is prepared to provide them. Norman has paid me to hold up this book and to point out that this is still the most authoritative biography of Admiral Rickover, and has even produced a series of marvelous quotes from people like Drew Middleton, the military correspondent at the New York Times, who said the most exhaustive and fairest biography you're likely to get of the father of our nuclear navy. However, as one editorial point, it's my understanding Admiral Rickover did not feel that way. And so with that, I will introduce my friend Norman Polmar, who has written or edited over 50 books, hundreds and hundreds of articles, and has his first book, for those that don't know, was something called Atomic Submarines, I'm sorry. Mr. Polmar.
Thanks, Paisan. Admiral Rickover never fired a gun in anger, was never captain of a warship except for 3 months commanding a minesweeper on a river in China, and he never led a task force or fleet in battle. And yet, he is one of the most famous, as well as controversial, flag officers of the 20th century. As the CNO mentioned this morning, the U.S. Navy had initiated a nuclear propulsion program in 1939. The effort of those scientists at the Naval Research Lab was applied to nuclear weapons during World War II, but the propulsion program was started immediately after the war. But the Navy scientists were greatly handicapped by the formation of the Atomic Energy Commission in 1948. The AEC said, hey, we control everything nuclear, weapons, propulsion, energy. Thus, Vice Admiral Mills Earl Mills, who was commander at that time the Bureau of Ships, now we call it the Naval Sea Systems Command, appointed Rickover to head the Navy's nuclear program and to deal with the AEC because, quote, that task needed the kind of hard-headed, even ruthless direction which he knew Rickover could give it, end quote. For the next 33 years, Admiral Rickover directed the Navy and the AEC nuclear propulsion program. With almost unprecedented influence on ship construction, commanding officer selection, and nuclear propulsion research. His views on these subjects often differed from those of the Secretary of the Navy, as well as the Chief of Naval Operations. For example, he fought then Secretary of the Navy Paul Nitze, who wanted to pursue gas turbines propulsion for U.S. ships, as the British and the Royal Navies and the Soviet navies were. Rickover feared that gas turbine ships would compete for shipbuilding dollars with his nuclear ships. Similarly, Admiral Rickover opposed putting the Aegis Spy-1 air defense system in existing cruisers for fear that that would inhibit future nuclear cruiser construction. Rickover's special relationship with several members of Congress often gave him support against the establishment, and he tried to convince the legislators that only he could tell them the truth about what was happening. During his lengthy tenure, Admiral Rickover stressed reactor safety, quality control, and personnel training. In these areas, the U.S. Navy remained far, far ahead of the adversary, the Soviet Navy. He always was conservative with respect to submarine performance, preferring to go one step at a time. This conservative approach was exacerbated following the loss of the Thresher in April 1963. Examples of Rickover's increasingly conservative approach included his successful opposition to the Conform submarine project, opposition to deeper submarine operating depths, and halting several innovative reactor plant developments. His conservative approach to technology, his interference in shipyard operations, changes in the congressional committee compositions, and other factors led to his forced retirement in 1982. I believe that there are three parts to Admiral Rickover's legacy. High tech is great when it works. First, nuclear safety. Admiral Rickover demanded the highest safety standards for his nuclear plants. There were very few incidents in the hundreds of thousands of operating hours, and those were relatively minor. Those high standards continue today under the current Navy leadership. Second, people. Admiral Rickover was offered the best and the brightest from the Naval Academy and from officer ranks. He made them into outstanding engineers. I had the privilege of meeting many of them: Anderson, Wilkinson, Lanning, Beach, Axine, Street, Nicholson, and several others. I had the privilege of becoming a close friend to several of those men. All of those nuclear pioneers were outstanding individuals. But that part of Rickover's legacy has been diminished somewhat. In my opinion, their quality has declined for several reasons. Indeed, submarine commanding officers are among those U.S. Navy commanding officers who are being relieved on a regular basis. If one reads Navy Times, one sees that about once a month a commanding officer is being relieved in the U.S. Navy of a shore station or a ship. The COs of both nuclear submarines Bremerton and Florida were relieved for cause this past summer. Third, Admiral Rickover sought an all-nuclear Navy. But we have not built a nuclear surface combatant, cruiser or destroyer in almost 40 years. There are none in the fleet today, as David pointed out. Further, the viability of the nuclear-propelled aircraft carrier is now being questioned in a way that it hasn't before. Let me conclude by observing that the Soviets did not move slowly as new designs and new technologies were offered. And they built nuclear surface ships as well as submarines. Indeed, the largest surface combatants built since World War II were the 4 Soviet Kirov-class air battle cruisers. By the end of the Cold War, we faced a Soviet submarine threat that was, in some respects, superior to the submarines that we were building. This was due to many factors, some of them not the fault of the U.S. Navy, but the attitude of Congress, competing services, etc. Let me conclude, as I say, by pointing out at the end of the Cold War, about 8 years after Admiral Rickover left the scene, by the end of the Cold War, we have a situation where the U.S. submarine force was far, 3 fars, ahead of the Soviets with respect to passive sonar and processing. They could not match our transducers. They could not match our computers. Quality control, always a problem, and it continues today over there in every part of their society. I've had the privilege of being there 8 or 9, 10 times as a guest of either their Navy, the Commander-in-Chief Admiral Chernyavin, several of the visits, and the submarine design bureaus. Quality control bugs them every day in every way. Maintenance, they never established the maintenance base required to support their nuclear submarine force, for several reasons, which I'm happy to go into for a few hours later today. Personnel and training, we're far ahead of them. They have good people, they are well trained, but we are still far superior. When the Cold War ended, we had the advantage in quieting. There are indications, so I've gotten from our people and from theirs, that in quieting, we've lost the edge. Torpedoes, the Mark 48, the best torpedo in the world the day it was introduced. It was compromised soon afterwards, and they, for several reasons, I give them higher points today in torpedoes than we have. And finally, the same with strategic missiles launched out of submarines. Polaris, Poseidon, Trident, far ahead of their technology, far ahead of their capabilities. But today, it's very arguable. Indeed, I would give the Soviets today, we call them Russians, by the way, the leadership in submarine numbers, in submarine automation. You've all heard of the famed Alpha attack submarine. Was designed, a nuclear torpedo attack submarine, designed with a crew of 12. Admiral Gorshkov, commander-in-chief at the time, demanded they double it to 24. It ended up 29 or 30. 29 officers and warrants, 1 enlisted man, the cook. Torpedo, decoys and jamming, hull coatings, polymers. Polymers are interesting. After World War II, we were the world leader. If you go back and look at the Albacore, our revolutionary designed research submarine, phenomenal advantages gained in that submarine by the use of polymers. But then we stopped. Today, we're back in the business. Those guys never stopped. Hull materials, titanium submarines. Admiral Rickover said you cannot build a titanium submarine. That's on the record. They built about 15 or 18. Then they stopped. The current Soviet nuclear attack submarine in production, the Severodvinsk class, a steel hull, operating depth more than 1,000 meters. I had the privilege of having dinner last year with the chief designer. And I don't want to go into details, obviously, of what we had, but it was a great dinner at a little French restaurant in St. Petersburg. Regardless, over 1,000 meters with a steel hull. We can't do that. Speed, depth, non-acoustic detection. Those people think more about non-acoustic detection than we ever have. We had a major program after World War II. Problem was the system we had in aircraft for non-acoustic detection of submarines, was affected in the aircraft P-2V Neptunes because of the vibration. So we put the system in a blimp. It worked beautifully, but then we got rid of the blimps in 62, about 63. Submarine survivability and escape. Their submarines have reserve buoyancy of 25 to 40%. Ours is significantly lower. They still build double hull submarines. Double hulls are costly and cause problems, but they give you more survivability. Indeed, we lost 2 nuclear submarines, Thresher and Scorpion. Both of them encountered their problems while submerged, never made it to the surface. The Soviets lost 5 nuclear submarines. 4 of them made it to the surface with some or all of the crews getting off. The Kursk, her whole bow was blown open by a torpedo explosion within the submarine. She could not reach the surface. I can go on. Escape pods, all of their nuclear submarines have escape pods that the entire crew can get into the pod and it shoots to the surface. Under ice operations, fortunately, there's less and less ice up in the Arctic, so that might help us. Finally, you look at the size and scope of their ocean engineering and ocean research program. And even though it's been cut significantly after the demise of the Soviet Union, it is still a much larger program than we have. They want to know more about the ocean than we do. And again, part of it is their submarines. I'm speaking of it from a military viewpoint. Their submarines and their weapons go deeper than ours. Well, I've said enough. I hope I've stirred up some thoughts, some controversy, and happy to answer any questions. Excuse me, where's the escape hatch?
Norman, we're going to do questions at the end.
Questions at the end. Okay. Thank you very much. I can pull a lot of strings with David since I've known him for 50-some years. I just want to add one postscript. There are a couple of people in this audience with whom I've had the privilege of working with, and a couple of people I was forced to work for. But let me say there's one person here that I had the greatest privilege of my life almost working with, or for, and that is John Warner. When he was Secretary of the Navy, I had the privilege and honor of working with him, or for him, I'm sorry, Mr. Secretary, and his first year in the Senate. But after his first year in the Senate, he said, "Norman, bye." But he was just an outstanding person to be with at any time, even when he was yelling at me.
When I asked Norman to participate in the panel, I talked it over with Admiral Fallon. I told Norman that, sadly, one of the things is that he's the last surviving nuclear submarine historian. Clay Blair, Dick Hewlett, Frank Duncan have all passed on. There may be opportunities in the Q&A to, in fact, do something about that for members of the audience who want to. But in the meantime, I want to thank you for doing your characteristic work. Our next speaker is Joel Ira Holwit. Joel is a serving U.S. Naval officer, commander. He is a nuclear submariner, has served on 4 attack submarines. But he's also a superb historian who has, as the biography notes, published a marvelous book about the U.S. unrestricted submarine warfare. But I will also commend to you, it's hard to get a hold of unless you're a subscriber, but he has done a superb study of the loss of USS Thresher in the current issue of the Journal of Military History, one of the few times we've actually ever had a scholarly article on a post-war submarine subject in that journal. But Joel is going to provide us with a rather interesting talk on essentially, whoa, they did these things too much. Let's get you set up. There we go. On nuclear propulsion, naval nuclear propulsion in the space age. Joel.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Warner, admirals, ladies and gentlemen. I feel a tremendous opportunity here to make some terrible mistakes. It is a tremendous honor to speak with all of you today. As Dr. Rosenberg said, I am a serving U.S. naval officer, so even though I am here in disguise and on a leave status in an unofficial capacity, I need to quickly digress, even though this is a history talk. Any views presented in this talk are mine and do not necessarily represent the views of the U.S. Department of Defense or its components. And now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk history. I want to start off with this painting. The year is 1892, and these are the first 3 steel-hulled warships in the United States Navy, cruisers Atlanta, Boston, and Chicago. They were the most modern warships our country had in 1892. It had been 50 years since our Navy had first used steam-driven propellers, and yet here are these ships rigged for sail and under sail like it's still the War of 1812. That's 50 years of resisting technological change. Admittedly, 19th century steam engines weren't so great. So perhaps we can forgive 19th century U.S. naval officers for being resistant to change. But let's fast forward another 50 years. This is the U.S. Army on maneuvers in Louisiana in 1941. And yes, those are horses getting out of trailers, because that was the Army's idea of mobile cavalry on the verge of World War II. Even though the Germans had already proven the worth of armored cavalry, tanks, blitzkrieg in Poland, France, and Russia by this point, the U.S. Chief of Cavalry actually told General George Marshall in February 1942, quote, "In the interests of the national defense in this crisis, I urge upon you the necessity of an immediate increase in horse cavalry," unquote. Okay. In short, technological change is not inevitable. Sometimes it stagnates because the technology is unreliable or inefficient, like 19th century steam propulsion plants. Sometimes the people who would benefit the most from technological change resisted it because they just didn't understand it. So the success of naval nuclear propulsion was not preordained. Why did it succeed when technologies like steam propulsion and tanks stagnated? I think it's because naval reactors adopted space-age standards from the get-go. What do I mean by this? I think it's useful to differentiate the nuclear age, when Enrico Fermi first went critical under the stands at the University of Chicago, with the space age, which we associate with the design, building, and operation of highly complicated unmanned and manned spacecraft, and is normally believed to have begun when the Russians launched Sputnik in 1957. I submit that long before the American and Russian space programs, the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program took the first steps into the space age, pioneering advances in metallurgy, electronics, and thermodynamics. You could take President John F. Kennedy's famous speech about "we choose to go to the moon" and take out the words "go to the moon" and replace them with "go underway on nuclear power," and what he says America would have to do and what the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program actually achieved are remarkably similar. Working with the Bettis and Knowles Atomic Power Laboratories, private industry atomic power laboratories, naval reactors fabricated new metal alloys that could withstand high temperatures, have a low attraction for neutrons, and could withstand prolonged and intense radiation. Part and parcel of this technological effort was the design and fabrication of heat exchangers, pumps, and valves that would be leak-proof and consistently reliable, like this pump that was used in the Shippingport nuclear power plant in 1957. As early as 1952, naval reactors also pioneered the strict quality control that we associate with the space age. This included unprecedented cleanliness requirements that American industry had never before attempted, captured in this picture, also taken from the Shippingport installation, which might remind you of the clean room at JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. There were still failures, most famously a steam piping failure in USS Nautilus in 1954 caused by the installation of improper piping by the Electric Boat Company. But over time, naval reactors and its industrial partners instituted a strict regime of quality control and assurance for naval nuclear propulsion plants. But it wasn't enough that the engineers who fabricated these nuclear propulsion plants mastered their technology. The operators needed to understand their technology too. After all, even after steam propulsion had taken root in our Navy, personnel who didn't understand how to operate their technology caused terrible accidents, like the steam explosion in USS Bennington in July 1905, which killed 66 American sailors. So in order for nuclear power to successfully transition to day-to-day operations in the Navy, there had to be a cultural change as well as a technological transition. One submarine officer who transitioned from diesel-electric submarines to nuclear power summarized the need for this cultural change, saying, quote, "Frankly, there was a whole sense of fear in the whole community because of the concern that one of us was going to create a nuclear accident. So we changed the way we operated. We started following the checklist, everything we do following procedures, which we hadn't done to a great extent before. On diesels, each ship was run its own way and without really detailed sets of procedures. Each ship had a set of binders we called ship's procedures. We all had procedures, each ship did, but it was an entirely different type of procedures and not anywhere near the number of procedures that were required with nuclear power. So there was definitely a huge change that came with that transition, unquote. This cultural change began with a rigorous selection process. From the very beginning, Admiral Rickover was extremely selective about the officers he accepted into the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program. Dr. Mark Hagrod, who's with us today, writes that Rickover believed that, quote, technical expertise must displace tactical and operational knowledge as the most important priority of the line officer, unquote. This is a controversial thought. To be fair, Rickover had valid safety concerns that overrode most warfighting considerations at the time he started the program. Given that Naval Reactors was producing the first generation of nuclear propulsion plants ever, Admiral Rickover justifiably prioritized the safe operation of the most powerful energy source ever harnessed by mankind over warfighting skill. Consequently, he instituted a thorough screening process that included numerous engineering interviews and a final interview that he personally conducted before accepting any officer into his program. These interviews have passed into legend. Anyone who has interviewed with Admiral Rickover or his successors can still tell you in great detail about what their interview was like. They have even made it into this movie with Tim Blake Nelson. The next step occurred with the indoctrination of nuclear power school, which lasted at least 6 months for officers and enlisted and involved a heavy and practical education in mathematics, physics, reactor and electrical theory, thermodynamics, nuclear plant systems, chemistry, metallurgy, and health physics. The course of study and the pace of instruction was intense. From nuclear power school, graduates went to a land-based nuclear reactor for hands-on training. This was even more demanding than nuclear power school. All students, officer and enlisted, trained during 8-hour shifts, normally with an additional requirement to stay for an extra 4 hours of study unless they showed superb progress and proficiency. All students were issued a qualification card that required oral interviews on every electrical, mechanical, and nuclear system in the propulsion plant, followed by standing watch and actually performing all sorts of routine and casualty training evolutions inside the plant. Once again, the pace of instruction, the long hours, and the complete and total immersion into an operating propulsion plant made this one of the most intense curriculums any student had ever gone through. From my own personal experience, I consider the year that I spent at Naval Nuclear Power School and nuclear power training to be more challenging, more intense, and far more comprehensive than earning a master's and a PhD in 2 years at Ohio State University or going to the Naval Academy. Surprisingly, to people who picture nuclear trained personnel as geeky and the polar opposite of drill marching Marines, this indoctrination also involved strict military discipline and formality. Operators had to be identified by their watch title, and orders had to be issued concisely and repeated back verbatim. Care had to be taken to avoid words that might be confused over a garbled communication circuit, such as increase or decrease. I think it made sense to most people that nuclear power, with its potential and its dangers, required this sort of space-age approach to fabricating, maintaining, and operating nuclear propulsion plants. What didn't occur to most people, however, was that this approach was necessary outside the engineering spaces of nuclear-powered submarines. In addition to nuclear propulsion, in the late 1950s, a diverse and wide-ranging number of developments all occurred at the same time. Shipbuilders mastered the fabrication and welding of HY-80 steel, which allowed for deeper operations. USS Albacore showed that a submarine with a rounded hull could achieve phenomenal underwater speeds. And new sonars made submarines the best anti-submarine platforms. All of this, along with advancements in acoustic silencing, led to the first space-age submarine, USS Thresher. Thresher could go faster than all previous American submarines other than the Skipjack class. She went far deeper than all previous American submarines, and she was dramatically more quiet. But Thresher was also constructed, maintained, and operated just like the submarines that had preceded her. And the problems this entailed all became tragically evident when Thresher sank with all hands on April 10, 1963. As the Navy's Court of Inquiry looked into all the possible reasons that could have doomed Thresher, it became clear that space-age submarining could no longer be approached in the same way as industrial-age submarining. The Court of Inquiry determined that Thresher's myriad problems stemmed from a complacent approach to submarine design, construction, maintenance, and operations, low quality control, and a failure to adequately imagine, simulate, and test the worst-case scenarios this new generation of submarines could encounter. Ultimately, at its core, Thresher's sinking was the culmination of years of significant progress without a commensurate improvement in quality control and engineering practices. The Navy Court of Inquiry concluded, quote, "These shortcomings have developed incident to the rapid changes in materials, workmanship, and operating conditions of submarines during the last decade, and to the accelerated pace of the submarine program. They can be blamed on no individual or individuals, and many would not have come to notice had Thresher not been lost," unquote. As the Navy set about to correct the issues with quality control, there was a clear example of how to do things properly. The Joint Committee on Atomic Energy in Congress pointed directly to the disparity between the space-age standards of naval reactors and the industrial age practices of the shipyards, writing, quote, "Basically, the ship was built to two standards. The standards of design and construction for the nuclear power plant were more stringent than for the rest of the ship. Of particular note is that the technical specification requirements were not greatly different, but that adherence to them was far more strict for the nuclear power plant than for the rest of the ship," unquote. Consequently, within 2 months of the Thresher sinking, the Submarine Force and the Bureau of Ships established a submarine safety program, also known as SubSafe. SubSafe covered a broad spectrum of issues that may have contributed to Thresher's loss. And it is no exaggeration to say that SubSafe very much took a page from the space-age quality control standards of naval reactors, which had been in place for over 10 years at this point. But it was not enough that the Navy addressed the design and construction of space-age submarines. The standards that naval reactors demanded of operations in the engineering spaces necessarily had to expand to the rest of the ship. This was a process that had started before Thresher, but the disaster greatly accelerated its spread. The Submarine Force commander recognized this transition around 1970 when he issued the Interior Communications Manual. This is not a picture of the Communications Manual, but I needed a picture of something, which formalized the way submariners were expected to speak, particularly with regard to saying numbers, reporting spaces, and certain orders. As one submarine officer who made the transition from diesels to nuclear power recalled, quote, "We could not operate sophisticated nuclear submarines without that methodology and formality. For example, consider sonar. In the early 60s, the primary sonar on most nuclear submarines was an AN BQR-2B passive sonar, which was basically a German naval World War II sonar. All you could do with it was to listen through headphones and get bearings. Now look at the complexity of today's sonar system. The sensors are orders of magnitude more complex. Signal processing is done using computers with massive capability. You are able to analyze contacts analytically. There is no way you could efficiently and effectively operate a modern submarine sonar system without a great deal of formality. You can look at virtually every non-propulsion part of the ship and tell a similar story," unquote. Thresher's sinking also solidified Admiral Rickover's personnel policies. Congress very pointedly concluded, quote, "Thresher's loss should reemphasize the need for continuing to uphold the high standards of selection, training, qualification, and requalification, which is one of the keys to the long-term safety record of Admiral Rickover's program. This committee reaffirms the position as expressed previously that there must be no relaxation of existing procedures used in selecting, training, and assignment of nuclear propulsion personnel," unquote. To be sure, recent historical research argues there were second and third order effects caused by the nuclear Navy's personnel policies on the broader Navy. These effects may well have impacted the strategic education and the outlook of our Navy's officer corps. While I believe these effects merit attention, they're also well beyond the scope of my presentation, and frankly, we just don't have time. But Dr. Mark Hagerot's dissertation, shameless plug for him, is a good place to start reading. What is not beyond the scope, however, is the operational impact of this cultural transition. Some have speculated that heavy focus on technological understanding and ownership may have impacted the submarine force's operational effectiveness. Some have doubted whether or not submarines could be operated with combat effectiveness with space-age standards. The historical record indicates otherwise. First off, the veterans from the Second World War that Admiral Rickover selected exemplified the warfighting heroism of the submarine force. The first COs of the first nuclear submarines, many of the same people that Mr. Palmer mentioned, Lanning, Wilkinson, Beach, Calvert, had all demonstrated superior warfighting skills and heroism during the war. The declassified history of the submarine force during the Cold War illustrates that these combat veterans continued the operational excellence they showed during the Second World War and dragged it into the nuclear submarine force. All of us know about the voyages of exploration by the first nuclear submarines. These daring and dangerous operations continued after Thresher's loss. In 1970, Queenfish conducted a prolonged under-ice survey of the Siberian continental shelf. In 1972, Sculpin pursued a gun-running trawler through shoal water and oil rigs in the South China Sea, often at high speed, interdicting an effort to resupply the Viet Cong. In 1976, USS William H. Bates hunted a Soviet Delta-class ballistic missile submarine in the Greenland Sea. These space-age submarine operations, which are only a declassified fraction of the submarine force's contribution to America's undersea victory in the Cold War, all require significant operational risk and daring. But they were also accomplished safely because of a space-age approach to technological discipline and ownership, changes that originated with the Naval Nuclear Propulsion Program. I contend that this space-age approach will remain necessary as we explore the future. Thank you again for having me here, and I look forward to the Q&A session.
I spent 29 years wearing the uniform of the United States Navy, and in the course of it, I found that three types of naval officers tended to intimidate me more than others. I mean, I was an intelligence officer, so everybody intimidates intelligence officers. One were nuclear submariners, but over time I got to be fairly friendly with some of the characters like Admiral Meese. The other one were really smart SEALs. But the third quality of the third naval officer that always scared me were nuclear-trained fighter pilots. And we have Admiral Sandy Winnefeld here today to represent not only that breed but himself, to talk about the impact of nuclear power on the surface Navy and on naval aviation. And getting your slides set up, sir. Thank you.
Now that Dave has already shown you all my slides, I think I'm done. So I think we're a little short of time. Can we run over just a little bit? So I'm going to ask Admiral Caldwell if he would be kind enough to give me a hand wave at time 3-4. Good? I always wanted to give an order to the Director of Naval Reactors, and now I finally have. All right, thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's really great to see you here. I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I think whenever you follow three brilliant historians, I think Fox was smart enough to know you got to have a little operational spice to kind of get everybody woken back up and ready for their break, which I will hopefully provide. But thank you, three gentlemen, for your great historical perspective on this whole business. When Fox asked me if I would do this, many of us, all of us in this room are pretty busy people, right? And I was thinking, gosh, I'm awfully busy. But, okay, I decided to do it for two very important reasons. One is that this program is incredibly important strategically to our Navy and to our nation, including its tie to the civilian nuclear power industry. Not that the Navy reactors program is responsible or has ever felt it is responsible for advocating for the civilian nuclear power industry, but we rely on the same industrial base. So it's very important that that tie is intact and it's strong and that we keep this industrial base powerful. The second reason why I decided to do it, it was, in the midst of a busy retirement life, which many of us have, it was a great chance to look back fondly on my intersection with this amazing program. Now, John, who mentioned the National Geographic, CNO mentioned in fact, his whole presentation had the picture, that iconic picture that was on National Geographic magazine. It turns out that that picture was actually in the February issue 1965, which I saw as an 8-year-old second grader in Norfolk, Virginia, and was inspired by that picture. I won't say it led me into the nuclear power program, but how cool is that? By the way, can anybody name the third ship? Long Beach is obvious, right? Enterprise is obvious. Bainbridge, right? And then, of course, Truxton was in a different picture, but that was CGN-25, Bainbridge was in that picture. 30 years after, exactly 30 years after that iconic magazine came out, I found myself sitting in front of Admiral Bruce DeMars, trying to explain to him why I should be allowed into his program, and why on earth I thought that I, a stupid Navy fighter pilot, could possibly hack his program, among other questions such as, what's the hardest thing you've ever done in your life, and those sorts of things. But mercifully, Admiral DeMars allowed me into the program, and it came at a time, and I see at least two other nuclear carrier CEOs in this room, where people were going, why on earth would I want to do that? It means I have to stop flying. I can't be an air wing commander. It means all that work. and all of that sort of thing. But you know, this is actually something that I wanted to do. It was sort of a run to the sound of the guns thing. It was I've always admired people who are in a very difficult profession and do it extremely well. And so why not take on that challenge? And I had also had the great benefit as a squadron CO on my deployment aboard Nimitz of watching Black Nathman, who's sitting over here, serve as the CO of USS Nimitz. And he, you know, I'm not sucking up, don't need to suck up to Black, but he did a fabulous job as a carrier CO. And I said, you know, that is a pretty cool place to be. Why would somebody not want to be in charge of this big machine? So I felt very, very privileged to get into that program. Now, I am supposed to be technically adept here, but which button do I push so I don't mess it up? The one on the right. Nope, the other one on the right.
The other one.
This one. All right, so a little bit about what I went through and what we all went through who are carrier COs. I mean, this is a real shock to the system after you've been out of college for 15 to 17 years, and now you're expected to go back in and deeply immerse yourself in this program. But it's really fascinating. It was 15 months of highly technical training, 6 months of school, about 6 months of prototype, and 3 months in Washington, D.C., basically getting your nuclear propulsion plant operator's license. It was 3 consecutive sea tours, and everybody goes, my gosh, that must have been terrible. And it was tough to leave my family for that long, but you know what it really meant? 3 tours as sea duty as a captain instead of being in Washington, D.C. That was cool. But it was also fascinating to learn about this amazing technology, this amazing program, just the physics of how these things work, the elegant simplicity of how a nuclear power plant works, how magically you can open the steam throttles and somehow the nuclear propulsion plant automatically raises its own power. It's almost like a thermos bottle. How does it know? But it's really, really cool. And the design, the discipline, the quality of design that this fabulous team at Naval Reactors puts into these things, along with their civilian partners in industry, and the materials that they use. And we had to know everything, what it was made of in that propulsion plant. You kind of go, why do I have to know that? Well, somehow down there it makes a difference. And I know that if you're a nuclear submariner under the pole and something goes wrong, you can't phone home to Mother Naval Reactors and say, what do I do now? You have to know. You have to be able to figure it out. And that's why that discipline is instilled so deeply into that program. And then the culture. The culture cemented for me some of the things that I had started to believe as a squadron commander. But it really, really brought those to a completely different level that I think naval aviation, fortunately through our intersection with that program, has learned as well. The standards are unbelievable, the high standards of quality, of performance, of design, of maintenance. They're just out of this world. Nobody can touch them. The accountability of writing a letter every 3 months to a 4-star admiral as the captain of a ship, explaining everything I was doing to keep that ship operational and safe. The operational excellence piece, 6 principles that I've memorized, that I live by: integrity, level of knowledge, procedural compliance, formal communications, forceful backup, and a questioning attitude. I can talk for hours about those principles and how they work on a flight deck, how they work on the bridge of a ship, how they work on a refueling station, as well as in a nuclear power plant, and how they work in a corporate culture, including in a boardroom, and how they work in cybersecurity. It is a very elegant way of becoming excellent in operations. As Rocky Spain told me just before I went to the program, it will change your life, and it really has had a profound impact on how I grew as a leader and grew as a person. So pretty cool to have been exposed to that program. And I see Kid Donegan over here. When he was a squadron CO, he was up on my bridge. I said, Kid, you're going into this program. You know that, don't you? And he goes, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. But I think even Kid would tell you how deeply satisfied and what it really did for him as a person. All right, if we can get this thing going. All right, so I don't need to describe to this room all of the incredible advantages that the combination of a big deck aircraft carrier that is powered by nuclear propulsion does for our country. The strategic mobility, I'm not going to touch on every single one of these things, so we just don't have time, but strategic mobility, as the XO of John C. Stennis, under the command of Doug Rollstone, we left Norfolk and we arrived in the Arabian Gulf averaging 29.7 knots on the trip. And when you consider that we had to stop for about 6 hours before we went through the Suez at about 7 knots, anchored in the Great Bitter Lake for a while, and we averaged 29.7 knots. I mean, it was in a blink of an eye that we left Norfolk and we were on station ready to fight because the nation said we need a carrier there quickly. Amazing. The operational tempo, all of the fuel for aircraft and escorts on Enterprise, we refurbished our refueling rig, and it was actually critical that we were able to refuel USS Gettysburg on our way home from the war in Afghanistan. It freed up an oiler that would have otherwise had to come off of station, and it would have inhibited the rest of the force's ability to conduct combat operations in Afghanistan. Obviously, we carry more power, much more capable aircraft than you'll find on any other ship on the planet because of arresting gear and catapults. The sustainability with organic maintenance and everything else that we can carry. Survivability. You know, unless you've actually tried to kill a carrier, you don't realize how hard it can actually be. You know, people think they're sitting ducks, but they're really fast, and they can be very hard to find if they don't want to be found. And the redundancy, I think I had more redundancy than anybody on the planet with 8 reactors. By the way, you don't want to have 8 reactors, but it's really cool. I could conduct drills at the same time I was conducting combat operations. But, you know, 4 rudders, 4 propellers, 4 elevators, 4 catapults, 4 arresting gear. God knows how many weapons elevators. 4 aircraft elevators. Pretty amazing redundancy to go along with all the other survivability. CNO, or somebody mentioned very low pollution. That's important. And when you think about room for growth, look back at what Enterprise was capable of doing back in 1962 and what she was capable of doing on her last deployment. How we evolved that ship across the board, and everything that she did was pretty amazing over that 51-year lifespan. Formidable combat power, sustainable presence, and we can get there quickly. All right, so what about Enterprise? Got to brag about Enterprise a little bit. It was the 8th ship of the name, the first Enterprise we captured from the British on Lake Champlain in 1775 in a very, very bold action. The 3rd was commanded by Stephen Decatur, the name of the ship that just did freedom of navigation operations off of China just the other day, Decatur. Whenever I wanted to hide myself on Enterprise on my AIS system, I called myself the SS Stephen Decatur. Nobody could figure out who we were. In any event, 7th ship in World War II, and many of you probably don't realize that Enterprise Rent-A-Car is named after the World War II Enterprise. Jack Taylor, who founded the company, flew Hellcats off that wonderful ship in World War II. Now, the Enterprise initially cost $451 million. If you index that forward for inflation, it's a lot cheaper than a carrier costs today, I'll tell you that, which is a bit of a statement. And I think somebody mentioned the amount of time it takes to build these things. It might have been CNO. You know, Enterprise was built in the blink of an eye. Look at how long it took us to build USS Gerald Ford. So we got some work to do to get back into that agile mindset that CNO talked about so eloquently. 4 sets of cores. Here's how this wonderful program has evolved technically over the years. The first core on Enterprise was done after 4 years. But these wonderful engineers have done so much to design fuel plates and the other aspects of propulsion operations that last refueling covered 18 years of operations for that ship. Pretty amazing. And of course, what an icon for our nation. Now, I'm not going to get into a whole lot of detail on my personal deployment other than we saw everything. We had 6 wonderful port visits. You know, think about Palma, Naples, Cannes, Rhodes, Portsmouth, England, and Lisbon, Portugal. Pretty amazing. And all of that summer in 2001, there was a lot of noise on the net in the intelligence world. Something is going on out there. And we were worried it was going to be us going through the Suez Canal. So Admiral Harry Ulrich, our strike group commander, just came down as hard as he possibly could on us having a safe Suez Canal transit, which we did. And the rest is history. As you know, 9/11 occurred while we were on our way home. We went back up north and fought for about a month and a half. Pretty amazing stories coming out of that particular event. But high-speed transit's the norm, and 1 million pounds of weapons over the course of about a month. Pretty amazing combat power. So the beat goes on. CV6's Enterprise's portholes were installed in my Enterprise, USS Enterprise, CVN 65. We've taken those portholes out, and we're going to install them on the next USS Enterprise, CVN 80, which is under construction as we speak, and some good old steel from USS Enterprise, CVN 65, is going to be on that wonderfully capable next USS Enterprise that those of us who have ever been associated with that ship, whose name takes your breath away are so happy to see that there's going to be another carrier, the 9th USS Enterprise in our Navy, that's going to be doing that. But I can't help but point out CVN-80 is going to be an incredible ship, just like Gerald Ford is an incredible ship. And you think about the risk that the Navy took in making all of those changes at once. Different catapults, different arresting gear, different aircraft elevators, different propulsion plant, highly advanced propulsion plant that uses far fewer people and will last a long, long time, much longer than Enterprise's first core. It was a big risk, it cost a lot of money, but it was the right thing to do, and it's going to carry us forward in this incredibly important capability for our country. And you didn't wave at me, so I must have gone faster, but thank you so much. Thank you all for being here and being interested in this very, very important topic today. Appreciate it.
We're going to open up for questions, and I'll just simply point at whoever I'd like you to at least state your name and tell us who you are addressing. Ma'am.
Aloha. Alelo channel 54, 53, 55, 49, all island Hawaii. My name's Azinga. I'm concerned about China, particularly doing the floating nuclear platforms they're doing it in South China Sea. And I anticipate the possibility of them doing it in the Indian Ocean. Of course, China has the concerns with over 15 different countries right now in disputes with Taiwan, with Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, and we're asserting, of course, our freedom of navigation and maintaining global shipping rights. My question is, how do we as a country match doing those types of platforms in terms of nuclear platforms, in terms of promoting our nuclear energy, or how can we prevent our concerns related to pollution, our concerns related to piracy, our concerns related to terrorism? How do we prepare or strategize for those issues?
I'm the moderator. Wait a minute. Okay. So who wants to take this?
Well, first of all, you're asking an enormous question, right? It was a very, very broad question that could be the subject of another panel, frankly. I do think, and this is sort of a very macro answer, because I'm not going to get into all the politics of China and U.S. vital interests and what's at stake and what's not at stake there, because that's really what would guide the answer politically and geopolitically to the question. But in terms of what this audience might be interested in, that is the technical side, I would say we have to make sure we look after all three horizons of innovation here. And the first horizon of innovation is sort of making incremental improvements to the concepts and the technologies that you have. And we're really good at that. Industry always responds, kicks butt, and does that. The next horizon of innovation is sort of out-of-the-box improvements to your technology, but under the same operational concept. And we're pretty good at that as well. You look at things like the F-35s coming out and a number of other technologies we've got going. But we have to keep in mind that our adversaries have been not sitting on their laurels while we've been fighting a counterinsurgency fight for the last 20 years almost, and have not been quite as focused on our near-peer adversaries. And so what it's going to take, as they have come up with more asymmetric methods of countering us, as well as stealing our own symmetric technologies, that really speaks to the third horizon of innovation, and that is this wonderful synergy that can come about when you think of new concepts that can couple with new technologies. It's a wonderful thing when it happens, but it takes a lot of courage on the part of services. It takes a lot of courage on the part of leaders to make that happen, because inherent And getting to that third horizon of innovation is risk. Personal risk, institutional risk, and that sort of thing. But unless we do that, we're going to find ourselves left behind.
Norman.
With the permission of the U.S. Navy, I had the privilege of consulting for a while to the Chinese Navy on two issues. The Chinese do not want war with the United States. They don't want any level of armed conflict with us because they need us for markets. Almost half their industry is related to selling things to the United States. They want to take over a huge amount of the universe, but they want to do it peacefully. They want to do it through trade, through technical advisors, through other means, not through armed aggression. In that context, my feeling is you look at their Navy today, it's significant in size, its capability is almost exclusively anti-surface. So what's the response? We should, on a regular basis, have submarines operating in international waters, which they are operating in, and periodically just happen to put up a periscope or come to the surface to wave at someone. The other thing is we should periodically send a warship, I prefer carriers for this, through the Formosa Strait. We now call it the Taiwan Strait. Remember, some of these guys are historians, so we used to call it the Formosa Strait, now the Taiwan Strait. Periodically, I think we should send a surface combatant or even an aircraft carrier through there, just to again demonstrate that the United States is 100% behind the international use of international waters. But again, our submarines, I think, can be very valuable in this context because we have to continue to demonstrate to them we will go anywhere we please as long as it's international waters.
Sir.
I'm Doug Johnston, President Emeritus of the International Center for Religion and Diplomacy and a former submariner. I'd like to address this question to Norman. And please excuse the question if the answer is common knowledge because I've been away from the force for quite a while. But when the Soviets were building the Alpha-class submarine, we were mindful that our scientists thought we couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. But they did, and the submarine went faster, dove deeper, all the rest of it. But they also were tied up far before their lifetime. And I've never fully understood what the chief reason for why they were all tied up. Do you know?
The Alpha-class submarine, which had liquid-cooled reactors, to keep it non-technical, because I'm a non-technical person, they could not maintain them. The state-of-the-art of metallurgy at that time and just the support ashore was not up to maintaining them. The first one, the prototype, they had major problems with, and the reactor just, the plant just froze. They took it out of service. Matter of fact, they cut the submarine in half, took part of it to Leningrad, the Sudamek yard, for both instruction and to use as a training vehicle. Part of the submarine was left up at Severodvinsk in the north, so when you have a submarine separated by many hundreds of miles, it makes it the largest submarine and the longest submarine in the world. But the problem was they could not support, with the available technology at the time, they could not support the very advanced reactor plant. They had continuous problems with them. The submarines could all do 41, all 6 of the operational ones. And I had a photo up there of 5 of them. All 6 of the operational ones on their trials did between 41 and 42 knots. However, they were not deep divers because of the titanium hulls. The fittings were not rigged or not manufactured, not intended for deep diving. So their operating depth was about 1,200 feet. But 41, 42 knots, the most automated submarines you'd ever see with all the crew operating the submarine in one compartment, essentially, which had permitted them to build the escape pod into the submarine, the first submarine with an escape pod for the entire crew. The severed events, which they're now building, steel hull, as I say, over 1,000 meters depth, a fast submarine, not 41, 42 knots, but still a fast submarine, crew of about 60. Again, it has an escape pod for the entire crew. But in answer to your question, it was the technology and the support, the metal technology and support were not up to running those submarines at that time.
Sure.
Thank you all very much for your time. My name is Sachin. I'm an attorney at a DC law firm working in the nuclear industry. I wanted to ask, is there, speaking on innovation, is there a benefit to, and what would be some of the challenges of putting, loosely termed advanced or next generation reactors with different types of coolant or systems on like a carrier or a submarine many years or decades down the line? Would there be benefits, or would there be, or what would some of the challenges be, like operations or maintenance? Apologies if it's too broad a question.
The right person to ask that question to is sitting right in front of me, but since he's not here, and I'm going to look for him to kind of give me a thumbs up if I'm doing okay. They're constantly looking at any kind of technology that would advance the state of the art of nuclear propulsion, no question about it. And it's always a matter of trade-offs between and among cost and survivability and operational efficiency. And I think that time and time again they've looked at this question, and to date the answer has been heavy water or light water reactors, right? That liquid sodium coolants and those sorts of things are just too risky, too costly, and don't give you the operational flexibility you need under the ice in a submarine, or trying to get from point A to point B at 29.7 knots reliably. But Admiral Caldwell, did I miss anything on that?
Sandy, I think you have it exactly right. We are in touch with the technical community and aware of innovations and things that go on. But time and time again, we have come back to and reaffirmed that the pressurized water reactor is exactly what suits our needs. It's got a proven track record. It's safe, stable, reliable. We have years and decades of experience with it. And when we build these ships, we put the systems in the hull, and then we're going to operate that for 30 plus, maybe 40 years, in the case of a carrier, 50 years. So it's got to be proven technology before we put it in one of our warships. So where we are today is pressurized water reactors, and that's the way I think we're going to be for quite a while. That's absolutely right, and I was going to mention it in my talk, but since I get to answer questions in all panel discussions, what you're going to see is we have a steady commitment over the life of our program to longer-lived cores, okay, materials that are tougher and can last longer, okay, quieting, affordability, ease of construction. These are all the variables that we consider as we go through. So if you look at where we are today, every ship we're building has a life of the ship core in terms of submarines, 33 years for Virginia class, over 40 years for the Columbia class. Now the carriers, we do refuel once in their lives at the halfway point. But we have strived to put more energy in that core and to make it last longer.
Norman. The comments the Admiral just made about the reliability and other attributes of pressurized water reactors is fully agreed to today by Russian submarine designers. As I say, I most recently spent a couple of days with some of their most senior designers a year ago. Gadzooks, time flies. Totally in agreement. Pressurized reactors, pressurized water are the only way to go today. However, the Russians do have a very active program of looking into alternatives. They had this during the Soviet era, and they still have it today. They're still looking. But at the moment, there's no question in their minds, the only way to go today for submarines they're building today, for surface ships they're planning, which they can't afford to build, is pressurized water.
Other questions? Will Ball, Secretary Ball.
My name is Will Ball. I have a question on legislative history of the nuclear power program. As Norman knows, Admiral Rickover's reach into the Senate resulted in the enactment of Title VIII, which in the transition to nuclear-powered aircraft carriers required the Navy to build any ship that would accompany aircraft carriers to be built with nuclear power. During the Carter administration, before Senator Warner arrived in the Senate, I think it was, that became an issue, and the Navy recommended repeal of Title VIII to Admiral Rickover's distress. And the vote in the Senate Armed Services Committee, I remember being in the room that day, was very close. This had to do with the Ticonderoga class and whether or not the Navy, with the lead ship of that class, would make a commitment to nuclear power for Aegis cruisers. And on the basis of economics and the size of the program, I think the decision was no. In retrospect, is there a role for Congress to play in solidifying the future of the industry with some legislative mandates that relate to nuclear power in naval vessels? And had it not been for Title VIII, do the historians view that as critical to the private sector, public sector partnership that still exists today?
Joel?
Well, I will start with the history part of it. Part of the history there is that one of Admiral Winnefeld's predecessors, Admiral Holloway, who also was the commanding officer of the Enterprise at the time, was the CNO, and I think was our first nuclear trained CNO, was actually the one who led the fight against Title VIII in the Senate. And in his very terrific autobiography, he talks about, hey, we need to make a determination who will decide to fight force structure for the Navy at this time, the CNO or Admiral Rickover. And part of his argument was, I could build 3 gas turbine Ticonderogas for making 2 nuclear cruisers, which will have maybe the same capabilities, maybe not. There was some debate there as well. And I think that decision in the late 70s was the right one in terms of having the force structure that we needed for the 600-ship Navy. I guess you can't hear me. Okay, that we needed for the 600-ship Navy that we needed in the 80s to win the Cold War. I think that was absolutely the right choice with the technology and with the where we were with the state of the art at that time. I defer entirely to people who are in higher leadership positions whether or not that's something we should revisit. I think there's always a value to having the ability of high speed for long periods, extreme mobility, and sustainability that nuclear power gives you, and there's always probably a room for that with nuclear surface ships.
I would weigh in by saying that I think there are other ways to help our civilian nuclear power industry and solidify its hold and its importance strategically. There are other ways of doing that besides mandating that the Navy use nuclear-powered surface ships as escorts. The Navy should use nuclear-powered ships for escorts if it's the right thing to do from a cost and operational perspective, not because of any other reason. And I would, without having done the analysis myself, I think a lot of other people have, if we're trying to grow a larger Navy, it's going to be very difficult if we do that on the backs of the surface fleet by making it nuclear power. We've been down that road before. It costs a lot of money, and it's not just the cost of building a ship. This nation has to produce nuclear power operators who can run those ships, and that's not an easy thing to do in this very competitive labor market. To be quite honest with you, it's a struggle as it is with what we have. So let's make it for the right reasons, and at the same time find ways outside of that sphere to help our civilian nuclear power industry.
I find myself in complete agreement with you, which...
Is that unusual?
Yeah, you were an admiral, right? I find myself in complete agreement. And the latter part of your comments about personnel, the Navy is short of people today, several thousand. Nuclear-trained people eat up, for good reason, but they eat up dollars and time away from running ships. You've really hit the two key points. We're not going to get to even 300 ships or 330 or 350, let alone that number, if we devote resources to nuclear surface combatants. My other issue with the question asked is, damn it, Will, you always ask me questions that I can't answer, and it really upsets me. It really does, Will. It really does.
And not to flog the horse, but the Navy's operational concept for how it's employing its aircraft carriers in peacetime and in wartime, I don't think necessarily demands that you have an escort that can sprint with the carrier, because their escorts are all over the place. If I need to get a carrier from San Diego to Westpac, I can do it with what we have in terms of escorts, with what's in Hawaii, so it's just not as operationally necessary to have that kind of endurance in an escort, unlike the huge advantages you find in having it in the big capital ship.
I would just add to this and then turn it to Mark, that when you look at the Navy of the 1970 era, the thoughts that were being applied there were largely based on World War II experience, not necessarily based on any thinking about what a nuclear task force should look like. And what we have is so much historical evidence of what Admiral Winnefeld just noted about the issue of what you get out of a nuclear carrier and then the value of conventional escorts. If we make choices of not deploying and then having the sprint and have to bring our escorts with us, that would change things. But that's beyond public-private and gets into congressional mandates. Mark?
Just to defend Admiral Rickover a little bit on this, we forget what the 1970s was like. Rickover was associated with a guy named King Hubbard, who was famous for peak oil. And he predicted that oil production in the United States would peak around 1970, 71. It in fact did. The oil markets were massively disrupted. And from my reading of the history here, Rickover was very concerned. We were literally heading to a period of very tight oil supplies, and he proved prophetic. The Shah fell, 79, another oil shock. The economy went into severe recession. And in my reading of the records is that he was even more convinced that we were going to be in a world where we would be making choices between guns and butter, fuel the fleet, not fuel the fleet. Now, we don't know exactly what came together, but in the end, efficiencies increased. You know, the government did direct cars, had to have certain mileages. The government got very involved, and so we got through several decades of low oil prices. But as I'll mention briefly, being in North Dakota now, we're a big petro state now. People are watching oil, but that fracking is going to run out. And just today in the Wall Street Journal, they had the article about oil prices. So the finance section, oil prices heading highest in 4 years, going higher. So in some ways, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Middle East, Venezuela, all these oil producers, if Rickover might not have been a little more prophetic than we thought on that part of it.
I got one last, well, over there, sorry, Steve. And this has got to be brief. We only got a couple of more minutes.
Adam Siegel, when we think about the debates between the proponents and opponents of nuclear power, big deck, small deck, and otherwise, Admiral Winnefeld, this is meant to be very, very positive. Of that slide that you put up with maybe one bullet exception, I think I might have seen when I was working with Dave Perrin on this 30 years ago. How have the debates changed or not changed? What arguments do you think have been added, disappeared between the proponency for nuclear power aboard ships and opponents?
Anyone?
I don't know if you want to.
It's sort of a cyclical argument. The one that comes most to mind is the argument between big deck and small deck. You can have more presence with more small decks than you can with a big deck. And you know, there's a certain truth to that, but the small decks it's not a linear relationship between the size of the small deck and its capability and the size of the large deck and its capability. It's really more of an exponential relationship because you're talking volume here, you're talking about something called Reynolds number, speed of the ship and length. So that argument goes in cycles. I think it's gone the right way over the last few decades. Who knows where it'll go in the future. There have been other dimensions of that. We talked just a moment ago about oil prices, and you know, people get a little more panicky about nuclear power as oil prices go up and the cost curves get a little closer. But I don't think the arguments have really changed all that much, to be honest with you, over the years. Any dissenting?
2 points. One, the cost of the Ford. I've seen pieces of paper from responsible agencies, let's say, on the order of $15 billion for the Ford. By the same token, every time a carrier returns from the Middle East, they put out great press releases as to how many days they were on station, how many sorties they flew, how many pounds, not tons, of ordnance they dropped. For the last 3 or 4 carriers, I did the math, and we ex-Army guys don't do math normally, so I may be off, a fraction of 0.1%. But we're averaging about 12 to 15 drops, that is attack sorties in the Middle East per day from a carrier. 12 to 15, dropping about that number of guided weapons. Now, after my statement, of course, no more press releases will be put out, I know. But to tie up 5,500 people, a 100,000-ton nuclear carrier, and 60 or 70 airplanes to have, and they fly other missions, reconnaissance, ASW, well, they can't fly ASW from carriers anymore, but they fly other missions which are very important, a lot of training missions and such. But to drop 12, 15 pieces of ordnance per day from a carrier, it's just, does that make sense? I don't know.
Let me try to respond a little bit to that. If I were to design a ship and to say the mission of that ship is to drop 12 or 13 pieces of ordnance each day, I would not design a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. These ships are designed for other missions than that. It just so happens that because there's a need there, that's the mission that they're performing today. But they're infinitely more capable than 12 to 13 pieces of ordnance per day. And there are other conflicts in which they could be used, and really high-end, high-tempo, and that's what Gerald 4 was designed to do, was dramatically increase the operational capability of, with different aircraft elevators and the catapults and the resting gear and the like. It is much more capable than a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier for a reason, not to drop 12 or 15 pounds of ordnance a day. The other thing I would mention, and we've seen this, all of us, a program will come out. Look at the V-22. And I say, LCS is going through its V-22 moment. Gerald Ford's going through its V-22 moment. The F-35 went through its V-22 moment, where the program comes out, and we're talking about really difficult technical things to do that no other nation on Earth is capable of doing. So they're hard, and they're expensive, and there are mistakes, and there are cost overruns, and things like that. And so you have your V-22 moment with, boy, this airplane really sucks. Why did we ever do this? And it's costing too much, and it's not safe, and quack, quack, quack. And now we can't buy enough of them.
Right.
And I would argue that the next Gerald Ford is not going to cost $15 billion, right?
We're not going to have a debate. We're out of time.
Just two quick points. Early 1960s, one of our destroyers was attacked by some PT boats from some country called North Vietnam or something. We responded by sending in a couple of carriers, which flew 60-some sorties, knocked out a bunch of PT boat bases and oil. Last year, we decided we had to attack targets in Syria. We had a carrier in the Mediterranean. What did we do? We had some surface ships fire 60 or 70 Tomahawk missiles. What's the range of your carrier strike aircraft today? An FA-18, I would have preferred other airplanes, as Senator Warner fought for. FA-18, tell me about the range, tell me about the cost, and on.
No,
and
Sandy, don't do that.
So here, 1 second. All those ships had to go back and reload, by the way, and they were not
That's
able
right.
to,
And they can't reload
to
at sea.
operate in
Yes,
combat
they
any
can.
sustainability after that. But let's just make sure that the record shows that the natural state of balance is back in the universe, and Norman's disagreeing with an admiral.
That's right. And on that, I would like to thank the panel, and I'd like to thank the audience.
I owe you a great lunch or dinner for that, so.
All right, Dave. Okay, Norman, did you get some chow? We'll let you stay for dinner. All right, hurry up. Okay, I think we've got the majority of folks here. While the panel gets set up, our chair, moderator, Mark Hagerott, Chancellor, Professor, distinguished retired naval officer. Mark's out in the Midwest these days, trying to ride herd on things in North Dakota. Tough challenge, lots of interesting alternative economy out there and energy sources, right, Mark?
Sir.
And some dome up there in Fargo that has some football team that alleges to be college, but seems to be professional. But so we had an interesting first panel. Covered the historical antecedents, talked about standards and the way things can be made to operate for extended periods of time, both human and material. And now we're going to segue into the way things are today. The underpinning drum roll here is there's some issues out there, right? And so in this panel, we're going to talk about some of those issues and more importantly, I think, illuminate some potential ways ahead that could put us in a better place than we seem to be headed today. So Mark, with that, turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
I guess I'm mic'd up. Well, thank you, Admiral Fallon. I appreciate you as a driving force to get this organized. Interestingly, out in North Dakota, it is now the second biggest oil state behind Texas. Huge coal reserves as well, big renewables. And what people don't realize is that in our university system, we have 11 campuses. One of our campuses just won the contract against multiple universities in North America and Europe to build the Saudi Energy Academy. So the Saudis very much realize they've got to build their workforce. And people were asking, well, how did North Dakota win that when they beat out Texas and Germany and other places? But little known is that at our Energy Center of Excellence, we have one of the only certified online nuclear technician programs. So we had some nukes, back to that culture question we'll talk a little bit related to the ecosystem, came out to North Dakota and said, hey, we should help train nuclear technicians. And they are one of the only ones certified to have an online component to that. And of course, in the Rickover tradition, there is a on-hands, I think at one of the Exelon reactors. So North Dakota very much sees energy as the first among equals in its economy. Even in this cyber exercise we've held for, you can imagine in a cold state like that, it all came back to, what are the energy sources and how do you keep them on, which one of our panelists is very experienced in that question. But getting to our panel here, just want to build on something the CNO said. The CNO talked about that Rickover helped early on to envision this complex system of multiple parts. He mentioned an ecosystem. And kind of what this panel is now to talk about, a critical part of that ecosystem is the nuclear commercial side of this ecosystem, but it's tied very closely to the Navy side, which is why we'll be starting off with Admiral Caldwell. And then I'll introduce Mike Wallace in more detail, and then Dr. Ostendorf as well. We've got executives, we've got heads of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, et cetera. But just something I'd want to say is that having studied the history of this, Joel Holwood said, also it wasn't something that came by accident, that it was a complex system that came into shape and isn't basically mandated by God that it will remain that way. It has to be purposely renewed, rebuilt, reconfigured. And if you have any doubt about the fact that incredible organizations can come into crisis without leadership and whatnot, again, Wall Street Journal today, GE is on the front page. General Electric, the iconic corporation, which quite frankly was Edison's corporation. He and JP Morgan came together and built GE. It's imploding, basically. The CEO was fired yesterday. So the thought that things will just keep going, and back to one of the very thoughtful questions, like what is Congress's role here, coming from a state that they very much care what Congress says about basically the price of soybeans, export trade law, that it isn't an alien question to ask, what is Congress's role in this critical ecosystem that our country has built? But something that I also discovered in my studies of the evolution of these technological systems, that in the end, when you come to building an ecosystem around commercial industry, you'll have a lot of other benefits that come with it. And as I mentioned to the panelists, one way to maybe think about this panel is we not only have the commercial aspect of this, but we have the collaborative critical mass of people to solve problems, both in the civilian industry and the military. Collaboration is a critical thing that maybe not be evident on the face of it. The other thing is career paths. There are many, many Navy nukes in here, all Navy nukes, all interviewed by Rickover. I was first interviewed with McKee. But many people could not sustain the career as long as Admiral Caldwell has, and could move on to industry. And it was a very important way to capture and keep that knowledge, expertise, instead of going off on Facebook and making web pages. But commerce, collaboration, careers, but then lastly, the culture. A culture that we saw, many of the qualities listed up here, that Rickover helped build as we talk about the space age culture of standards, precision, understanding machine-human interfaces. That is a critical culture, and you can begin now to actually see valuations. There were 2 recent articles, one in Wired Magazine, I think in the Daily Telegraph, I think I have my notes over there, that some of the tech companies now, they value 30% of their capitalization to culture, the culture they have created. If I could find it, there was an article that I saw recently that if Apple headquarters were hit by like an asteroid, if they lost a bunch of their patents, if even a good number of their people were lost in an earthquake, but there were enough to carry the culture on, that alone would be worth tens of billions of dollars of that culture. And so here we have the GE culture in crisis. We have people here who will tell you even more urgency, but it's the right thing to do to bring a group like this together. It's a right thing to do to ask what the government's role is, and so it's an honor to be here. Well, the first person I want to introduce probably needs no introduction. We all know Admiral Caldwell, an incredible job he has here. But if I could just say one thing that's special about the role he plays. And I saw this when I was doing my research about Rickover trying to build the nuclear navy, that he had sent a good number of civilians. He had deans and provosts and professors who were all trying to recruit and build the nuclear navy. And in the end, they realized they had to send Calvert to the Naval Academy. And many of you probably knew Admiral Calvert. I mean, that was an iconic man. And I interviewed him, he was in his 80s, and he was magnetic then. And the point is, for a culture, whether it's a Steve Jobs or it's a Zuckerberg or something, that people do need to see a symbol in flesh, in uniform, that they can relate to. And again, it's a heavy burden that you carry every day, watching over reactors across the planet. Aircraft carriers, submarines, the fleet would come to a stop if your program was not functioning. But also, he carries that role of being the name, the position that we recognize directly from Rickover. And so without any further ado, I would ask Admiral Caldwell to please share your thoughts.
Well, hey, I'm honored to be here today and honored to be part of this panel. I want to just say a couple things up front. When Dave Rosenberg showed that model of Admiral Rickover up there showing, demonstrating the core and whatnot, we have that model. That's in the Naval Reactors model room. And maybe as a testament to what we build, that thing still runs. Okay, you can open the throttles and the rods will come out and the propeller will turn. I will say it's been through a few overhauls, and we do have some folks in the headquarters that maintain it, but it works well. You want me to turn that on? Okay, there you go. All right, can you hear me now? Okay, the second thing is I want to correct the record. The CNO's picture does hang in the Navy nuclear labs, okay? I can tell you that. Hey, so what I wanted to do was provide you some perspective on, okay, where are we today? Where are we with the vendor base? What are we working on? And hopefully that'll lay the groundwork for my fellow panel members to come in and address the things that they want to talk about. So first off, what's my job? My job is to deliver safe, effective, reliable nuclear propulsion for the United States Navy. It's a job that the organization has done for, 60 years, going on 70 years, as we talked about earlier. The words that come to mind are, hey, this is a game changer in warfighting, the ability to have this nuclear reactor and to take ships and to have the endurance, the flexibility, the mobility to be wherever we need to be, whenever we need to be there. And you might expect me to say that, hey, nuclear-powered ships are in high demand, and that's the cornerstone of our national defense. But let me offer this as evidence for that, right? First off, the cornerstone of our national defense are those ballistic missile submarines. Those things have been the foundation for preventing attack on the United States, preserving peace in the world, and that's not just me talking. These are ships that are going to carry 70% of the nation's warheads. It's a reliable, proven technology, and I want to challenge something that Norman said. He talked about the change in terms of our submarine ballistic launch missiles and our edge there. We have an unprecedented record of success in launching these missiles. And I will tell you that the SSP organization is laser focused on maintaining that record of success and building that right into the Columbia program. The second thing I would tell you is our nuclear-powered fast attack submarines and guided missile submarines are in high demand by the combatant commanders. That's what they want. They're screaming for more submarines all the time. When you combine the versatility, the firepower, the ability to operate alone and unsupported, to covertly collect intelligence in places for long periods of time, to do what we call prepare the battle space, understand the water environment, be there, operate in that water space, learn it so that we're ready to fight the war if we need to. It's just amazing what nuclear power brings. With that comes the ability to maneuver and project power at sea and impose just devastating costs on the enemy if we need to, and the ability to be where we need to project power ashore. And when you think about it, when our submarines deploy on a typical 6-month deployment, they're operating underway 85 to maybe 95% of the time. That's a true testament to the reliability and the performance that we've built in not only the reactor plants, but also the hulls. And so then let's talk about the carriers. We had a little dialogue here before about the carriers in the earlier group. Now that maneuverability provided by the reactor is unquestionably a warfighting advantage. It allows us also to have the space for fuel and ordnance. It allows us to have an amazing concentration of firepower in one location for sustained periods of time. It's built for high-end warfare. We in the Navy have studied large carriers versus small carriers over 70 times, and the answer has repeatedly come out to large deck carriers. That's our warfighting edge to be ready to go pursue the high-end fight. Now it's on us as a Navy to go work with the vendors and the vendor base to drive down cost. We know that. We've got to work on that, and we are working on that. But I think one of the most remarkable things in these carriers is just the design life. 50 years of operations. We put these components in there, we operate them for 50 years. We do refuel the reactor once in midlife, but they are just amazing ships. Now, so what's the motivation for all this and having this warfighting capability? You're aware of the National Security Strategy, the National Defense Strategy. What do those documents say? Well, they talk about the return to great power competition. Okay, they talk about the need for a strong military, for America to be active in the world and shaping events in the world. They talk about a strong vendor base to support that military and strong relationships with allies. Those are the things that come to mind. The Navy's answer to this is, hey, that we need more Navy. The CNO's force structure has produced something called the Navy that the nation needs. You'll be hearing this term if you haven't heard it before. 355 ships, 12 carriers, not 11, 66 fast attack submarines, not 48, 12 ballistic missile submarines to preserve that strategic deterrent. And in the Navy, our value is maneuverability, being able to relocate, not being pinned down, to bring our firepower, our ability to influence the environment wherever we need to go. And that is enabled by nuclear power. Over 45% of the combatants in the Navy today are nuclear powered, so that is a game changer. Now, in support of that, we are incredibly busy at the naval reactors right now. I'll give you some sense of that. Last year, we supported some 33 SSBN ballistic missile deployments, patrols. Approximately 38 submarines were underway on deployment at one point or another, and 6 aircraft carrier deployments, including 3 carrier combined operations in the Western Pacific, designed to get attention and draw attention to what we can provide in terms of warfighting capability. Carriers also visited Sri Lanka and Vietnam, widely publicized here in DC, especially the Vietnam port visit. We're also building for the future. We commissioned the Ford aircraft carrier. You heard about that today. I think most notably, we engineered into Ford 25% more energy into the core, 3 times the electrical generation capacity to allow us to have growth for the future of that ship. We took out 30% of the maintenance, and we reduced the force structure, the manning requirements on that ship by 50%, all to drive in affordability and to make it easier for the crew to operate the ship. That ship is a phenomenal capability. I've been to sea on it, done sea trials, and it is just an extraordinary vessel. We'll come through these issues with the different material challenges and the different technologies. I'm confident in that, and we're working hard on that right now. Now, right behind that, Kennedy is in new construction. She is about 75% or so structurally complete and about 50% overall complete. On the submarine side, we commissioned Indiana in a great ceremony down in Port Canaveral just this last weekend. 5,000 people attended that. And on October 20th, we're going to christen 2 submarines in one day. The actual demonstration of 2 per year Virginia-class submarines. And not far behind it, I took South Dakota to sea on sea trials just a few months ago, and that ship operated exactly as designed. And during that underway, we shut down the reactor, we started it back up, we proved the capability, we operated at full speed ahead, full speed astern, full turns astern, and we proved out that the ship was able to operate exactly as designed. We are progressing on the Columbia-class submarine. That's our next ballistic missile submarine. We are at the point with our design that we will start buying our reactor plant heavy components this year. And that ship will feature a reactor core that will operate for over 40 years and an electric drive versus a steam turbine. Now, none of this would be possible without the Navy nuclear industrial base that we have. This program was born out of the need to harness the energy of the atom. But in doing so, we know we needed to protect the environment, and we needed to protect our sailors who live and work near an operating reactor plant. Building these ships requires critical skills. Those skills can quickly atrophy if we don't maintain those skills. And it can take a decade or more to recover those skills. Admiral Rickover realized this. He developed the nuclear industrial base to support the Navy nuclear propulsion program. And to date, we have completed over 31 core designs, and over 550 cores have been taken critical. Today in the Navy, we operate 101 reactors. We have operated in 150 ports in 50 different nations, and we have an incredible safety record that we publish annually so everybody can read about it and see what we've done. Now, getting this right requires the careful selection and training of our people, the strict technical direction, including the control and oversight over all facets: design, acquisition, manufacturing, testing, certification, operations, maintenance, and yes, end-of-life decommissioning and disposal of components. Our components require precise machining, strict tolerance controls, in-process control all the way through the construction process, incredible cleanliness, and rigorous testing and quality assurance. And at the cornerstone, we are focused on our people and instilling in them the right standards and behaviors to drive the performance that we need. So if you look at the evolution of the Navy nuclear propulsion program with our commercial partners, in the earliest phases of our program, our land-based reactors were designed to emulate and prepare the way for building submarine-based reactors. The Navy nuclear propulsion team designed, built, and operated the nation's first civilian power plant shipping port. That reactor plant established the technical baseline for commercial reactor plants at the time. It was a pressurized water design. It went critical for the first time, as you've heard, in December 1957, and it provided power from 1957 to 1974. It was solely developed for the production of electricity. Its operational availability during its life was 65%. I think that's pretty remarkable when you think about the amount of research and development that was going on at the time. The shipping port was decommissioned in 1989 and returned to a greenfield condition. And her success was unquestionably linked to the industrial base that grew to support her operations. So if you look at the evolution of our relationship with the nuclear base, in the 1950s, the Navy was the dominant signal for orders and the commercial part of the business. In the 1960s, we saw the growth in the commercial business. In the 1970s, we saw some suppliers leaving the naval business to grow into the commercial business. And then in the late 70s and early 80s, we started to see the demand in the commercial sector drop off. Some of this actually happened before 3 Mile Island. We were well supported in the 90s in the Navy nuclear propulsion program, but in the 1990s, as the force structure went down, it resulted in our major suppliers operating significantly below capacity. We were worried that the demise of the nuclear industrial base would result in the loss of the last critical skills that we needed. So at that time, and since then, we've focused on right-sizing the industrial base to sustain the critical skills and facilities that we need. And the optimal words were low-rate production, consolidation, and downsizing as appropriate to sustain the skills that we need. So where does that bring us today? Where are we? Since the 1970s, really, the Navy nuclear propulsion program has been the sole source that's been delivering new reactors. We've done so through first-tier suppliers who don't specifically rely on commercial business for their business. We have commissioned some 99 vessels since 1979. Today, our industrial base is made up of really hundreds of vendors of various sizes, but we're focused mostly on about 28 major vendors, principal vendors. Many of these have been with us for 40 or 50 years, and some going on even 60 years of operations with the Navy nuclear propulsion program. The base is small, the base is healthy and capable of supporting our Navy nuclear propulsion needs. It's sustainable through the program of record, but it takes a lot of energy to sustain that. If you look at these businesses, their portion of their work that's associated with Navy nuclear propulsion ranges anywhere from about 15% to 95%, some even a little more, and the average is around 60%. Many of them are seeking opportunities to grow their business in the commercial sector. And if you look at our vendor base, you could break it down into sort of 3 areas: reactor plant heavy components, flow components, valves, pumps, pipes, things like that, and reactor instrumentation. In the reactor plant heavy component business, we are really the sole demand signal there today. And back in the 80s and before, we had a handful of vendors. Today, we're down to 1. And our requirements in reactor plant heavy components are very stringent, focused on our warfighting needs for taking ships to sea. In the flow control, valves, pumps, those kind of things, there's some degree of competition. The barriers for entry are high. You have to be able to perform to the quality and standards that we need, and it does take many years to develop vendors to be able to deliver the equipment that we have. Probably the most competition is in the reactor instrumentation and control area. A lot of our vendors that support us here have other government business, and in this area we have structured our approach to maintain a level of competition while also preserving some redundancy in the vendor base. Key to our success in all of this has been our intimate knowledge and investment and engagement with the vendor base. That includes detailed understanding of their financial viability, understanding their capability and capacity, understanding their quality, cost, and schedule performance in detail, understanding their supplier demographics, and understanding how they're approaching security to make sure they take care of our equipment. And importantly, in many of these vendors, especially the 28 principal vendors, they share the culture of the Navy nuclear propulsion program. Their dialogue is very similar to the dialogue that we have in the headquarters. if you look back into the early days of our program, there was some technology that went into the field of nuclear power in the commercial side. For example, uranium dioxide fuel, designed for large pressurized water reactor components and cladding, containment concepts, and I won't read you the whole list, but there are many examples. Now, over the years, that flow of that technology has really diverged, okay? And we have focused on our rigorous demands for operating ships at sea. What has remained is the flow of experienced people and our culture into the nuclear base and the commercial side. Now, there are significant differences in our product versus the commercial side. One, we operate in extreme environments, in the Arctic, okay, in the North Arabian Gulf, where the temperatures are extremely high, underwater. Our warfighting specifications require that we can exist and continue to operate in extreme shock conditions. All of our components are shock certified or qualified. Submarine design requires that we build things that are compact, that can fit inside the hull. That is not trivial. That takes a significant amount of engineering excellence. And the designs of our plant require that it doesn't just stop there, the technical knowledge at the designers, it goes right down onto the waterfront. People who weld and paint, these skills now become highly complex and highly technical because they can affect the performance of our gear. Now, don't forget, once we put the reactor plant together, we're going to operate that for 30, 40, maybe 50 years in the case of the carrier, so it's got to work. We've got to have proven technology. And throughout our program, as I mentioned before, you can see a commitment to longer-lived cores, greater reliability, quieter components for submarine work, simplified designs, easier to build in terms of construction. And these are some of the things that have stayed with us throughout the life of the program. Now, I want to end on 5 points here. And then I'm sorry if I've run over, Mark, but hey, the one thing I would tell you is, first off, the value of nuclear propulsion to the United States Navy is extraordinary. It is a game changer in warfighting. We need to protect it. We need to make sure our technology is secure, and we need to make sure we're ready to stand up to any cyber challenge that we face. The second point is what helps the commercial industry helps the Navy nuclear propulsion industry. More vendors means more affordability, also means the ability to have some innovation that might help us out. Additionally, a focus on STEM education and a national expertise in science, technology, and engineering helps the commercial base, helps us too. So, and then finally, collaboration in fundamental research and the development of national capabilities in terms of with our national labs, materials, different sciences. These things all help us and infuse into the nuclear propulsion community. The third point is that what matters the most to the Navy nuclear propulsion program is a stable 30-year shipbuilding plan and a stable budget. These are the things that stimulate our commercial vendors to support us. If they know that they're going to have the business, they'll invest in their facilities and they'll stay the course with us. The fourth point is that we have a shared stake in preserving the public trust in nuclear power. People aren't going to see a difference between what happens in the commercial industry and what happens in the Navy. We need to sustain the public trust by making sure that the technology is handled safely and effectively. And the fifth point is that people, not organizations, get things done. Admiral Rickover talked about this. If you haven't read it before, you ought to go read the speech he gave at Columbia in 1981 about the way to approach your business. And in there he said, people, not organizations, get things done. Getting this right means instilling our principles from day one. It means instilling our standards. It means training them, giving them the authority, accountability, and responsibility early on, and that's what's going to help us continue to get this right. So, Mark, thank you very much for the opportunity to talk, and I'll relinquish the microphone.
Well, thank you, Admiral. We could probably just kept you going, but we appreciate you giving a little more time to our next panelists. So the next one I'll introduce, and what we're going to do is we'll have each of them give their talk, and then they want to banter a little bit, not like the historians did, perhaps a little less violently. I sensed you were kind of picking on the Admiral, Norman. You know, we don't pick on admirals up here. Anyway, so Bill Ostendorf is right now the distinguished professor at the Naval Academy's Political Science Department, but as you can see in his bio, he understands how the whole thing works. He was on Capitol Hill, director on the House Armed Services Committee. He was on the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, but also he was in a leadership role developing a vision for the national security laboratories and nuclear weapons modernization. So and then of course he served decades in the Navy. Do you also have a law degree, Bill? Is that correct? Right. So this is someone who can integrate a complex ecosystem, understand how these things in parts and pieces come together, and whereas maybe someone wouldn't appreciate, you know, some of the nuances that are happening here, we just were honored to have Bill to come think about this. Thank you, Bill.
Good morning. I want to thank John Hamry and Admiral Fallon for the invitation to speak today. It's an honor to join Admiral Caldwell, Mark Hagerott, and Mike Wallace on this panel. The topic of this session, the state of U.S. nuclear energy and impacts on the U.S. Navy, is timely, I would add urgent, and highly relevant. I note this subject is of deep concern to those of us watching the decline of the U.S. nuclear industry in an environment of cheap and plentiful shale natural gas. It is no secret that many commercial nuclear plants in the U.S. are struggling today, not because of safety issues. The industry's safety record is exceptionally strong, but rather due to economic conditions in the electricity markets. And yes, there is a vital and deep nexus between the health of the U.S. nuclear industry and national security. In February of this year, I was asked to testify before the House Energy and Commerce Committee on the topic of the national security implications of the U.S. nuclear industry. My remarks today will incorporate a few themes from that testimony. I'll first offer a few thoughts on the national security imperatives of the U.S. nuclear enterprise. By nuclear enterprise, I simply refer to three significant programs. First, the nation's nuclear weapons program. Second, the Naval Reactors program, so capably led by Admiral Caldwell. And third, the nation's commercial nuclear industry. A few words of my own involvement in that nuclear enterprise. After graduating from the Naval Academy, I entered Admiral Rickover's nuclear Navy. 26 years, 16 years of sea duty, 6 submarines. I carry both strategic and tactical nuclear weapons on 3 of these submarines. I was privileged to command a Los Angeles-class nuclear attack submarine for 3 years, during which time we drove that submarine 100,000 miles. That submarine and its reactor plant were engineering marvels, and the crews I led were professional and highly motivated. After retiring from the Navy and working for the House Armed Services Committee as staff director for the Strategic Forces Subcommittee, I was confirmed by the Senate to serve as Principal Deputy Administrator at NNSA. In that role, I served as the Chief Operating Officer for the Nuclear Weapons Complex. In 2010, I was confirmed to serve as an NRC Commissioner, where I served until my term ended in the summer of 2016. In that role, and I'll come back to this later on, I had over 20 international visits to visit nuclear facilities around the world and engage in discussions with international nuclear safety regulators. My 40-plus years in submarines, nuclear weapons, and commercial reactors has ingrained in me the vital role of human capital in the nuclear enterprise. One might ask, why is the human element so important in nuclear? The answer is fairly straightforward, and many of the people today have already touched on this. Nuclear is different. This work is hard. It is challenging. It requires the best trained operators, maintenance personnel, vendors, and engineers. They excel at what they do, but, this is a big but, without that nuclear-related work to actually perform, those human capabilities atrophy at an alarming speed. And as that reactor technology work decreases in our country, so does the ability and opportunity for the United States to influence nuclear safety, nuclear security, and non-proliferation objectives worldwide. Are there national security consequences to a declining commercial nuclear industry? Absolutely. Let us first look domestically. A prerequisite for national security is energy security. Nuclear energy provides carbon-free, reliable baseload generation. At some point, the continued nuclear industry decline we are experiencing today becomes irreversible. It is naive to think we could revive the nuclear industry at some future point if it lies dormant for even just one generation. Economically, the nuclear industry provides well-paying jobs, supporting local communities across the country. These are jobs people are proud to hold. Let's look more detailed now, just for a moment, at human capital. Many of the current nuclear plant operators at commercial plants started out in the nuclear Navy. Will the prospects of reduced opportunity for employment in the commercial industry have a negative impact on the nuclear Navy's ability to recruit? I do not have any data to share, but think the answer may be yes. As an NRC commissioner, I visited over 60 reactor plant sites in the United States. I cannot think of a single one of these visits when I did not encounter a fair number of former Navy nukes. In more than one instance, I encountered former shipmates. What about the impact of a declining industry on undergraduate and graduate programs in nuclear engineering? What about the ongoing partnerships between community colleges and the nuclear plants that hire their graduates with associate's degrees? Let us now turn briefly to the impacts in the international arena. The ability of the United States to lead in nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation efforts is significantly lessened as our commercial activity erodes. In order to engage internationally, the United States must actively participate. I saw this firsthand as a commissioner in the aftermath of the 2011 reactor accident at Fukushima in Japan. As a country with the largest number of commercial reactors at the time, the United States was the key leader in post-Fukushima accident nuclear safety regulation worldwide. Many foreign regulators would ask me how the U.S. NRC was approaching such issues as station blackout, emergency diesel generator readiness, seismic analyses, and flooding hazards, just to name a few. From personal experience, I do not think we'd have had the same voice if we had not had a large commercial nuclear reactor program. I also saw this in speaking on best practices for physical and cybersecurity to an international audience at the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna in 2015. Both aspects of nuclear security, cyber and physical, are critical to U.S. national security. Many countries look to the U.S. for regulatory lessons learned, whether safety or security, because of the reputation and size of our program. Aside from Fukushima, let me list just a few examples of U.S. nuclear regulatory work and discussions overseas during my 6 years in the Commission. Helping Armenia deal with steam generator problems at the Metsamor plant. Discussions with Belgium over turbine material problems resulting from industrial sabotage. Exchanges with Ukraine on what is involved in resuming construction on a nuclear plant whose construction had stopped in the 1990s. The U.S. experience with the Tennessee Valley Authority's resumption of construction at Watts Bar was directly relevant to that issue in Ukraine. Constructive dialogue with China's nuclear regulator on Westinghouse AP1000 construction in Sanmen, which was several years ahead of AP1000 construction at Vogtle plant in Georgia. I personally met with regulatory leaders in 2 other countries, which I'll not name, to discuss the U.S. practice of arming security guards at commercial nuclear plants. Those 2 countries at the time did not follow that practice, but they do so now. I could go on and on with other examples of international cooperation in the civilian nuclear energy sector, but will not. You get the point. So why is this engagement important? The answer is simple. Engagement, whether it is bilateral or multilateral, serves as a catalyst for building and sustaining strong, enduring relationships. And those relationships create opportunities to influence others, pure and simple. Once established, these relationships enable future phone calls and emails to request information, ask for help, or simply ask, how are things going? This is vital in the area of nuclear safety and security, as we all have a common interest in sharing best practices. After my trips overseas as an NRC commissioner, there is not a single regulatory counterpart in another country with whom I'd met that I could not call to discuss just about anything. What about new reactor construction? When I was sworn in at the Commission in 2010, the NRC's new reactor staff was reviewing license applications for 26 reactors. Today, that staff is reviewing just 2 designs. While construction of the 2 AP1000 units is in progress at Vogtle, no others are being built today in the United States, yet over 50 plants are being built around the world. Who fills that void if the U.S. is not there? The answer is not surprising. Russia currently dominates the export market for nuclear fuel and reactor technology. The Russian Federation's new contract model with the government of Turkey to build, own, and operate the Akayu nuclear facility is a prime example of what a state-owned enterprise can do. Rosatom, the Russian state nuclear agency, is very active in international marketing. Likewise, China is embarked on an aggressive domestic nuclear construction program and is poised to move out internationally. Witness China's contract to build Chinese-designed reactors in Pakistan with Chinese financing. U.S. companies lack the capital and structure to emulate the Russian and Chinese models. Thus, it is no surprise that we see a likely future where Russia and China, both of which have state-owned models, control the nuclear export market and aspire to key leadership roles in international nuclear forums. If the United States commercial nuclear industry continues to atrophy or at best stagnate, then our voice on nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation matters becomes much softer and far less influential. So what can or should be done? At the outset, I've witnessed many efforts to address the decline of the U.S. commercial nuclear industry. There is no one right answer. There are a number of initiatives, however, that should be thoughtfully considered, and many have been. I'm going to discuss 3. These are not new things that I'm coming up with, but I'm reinforcing what I've seen done by others that I think have merit for this audience to consider. Up front, I acknowledge that the first 2 actions I'm going to discuss are based on the premise that commercial nuclear power has intrinsic value for our national security and warrants investment of federal dollars. If you don't agree with that, then you're not going to like my first 2 suggestions. The first of these 2 is valuation of nuclear in the energy markets. Domestically, the competition of nuclear generation from shale natural gas is too steep in many markets. In June, I joined a number of others in signing a letter to Secretary of Energy Perry applauding him for the actions he has taken to try to economically support the U.S. commercial nuclear industry. To date, in spite of those efforts by Secretary Perry and others, many of those in the audience today, the Federal Energy and Regulatory Commission, or FERC, has not taken aboard the threat to the future of nuclear as a vital component of our nation's energy supply. Simply put, the current electricity markets do not value nuclear energy's carbon-free emissions, baseload capacity, or 24/7 reliability. However, we have seen effective short-term actions taken by state governments in Illinois and New York, with additional discussions in legislatures in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. More needs to be done. The good news is that Congress shares this concern and has introduced legislation to incentivize nuclear. There are several examples. I'll just comment on one. On September 6th of this year, Senator Murkowski and Senator Booker, along with 7 bipartisan co-sponsors, introduced S3422, the Nuclear Energy Leadership Act, or NELA, N-E-L-A, which is intended to accelerate the path to market for advanced technologies and to reestablish U.S. global nuclear leadership. Congressional legislation is a very good start. Second is the area of new construction. New large light water reactor construction in the U.S. is not credible under current electricity market structures. It is unlikely that U.S. companies will ever be able to compete internationally by financing reactor projects as is done by the Russian and Chinese entities. But there's one area of new reactor construction that I personally believe holds some promise. That is small modular reactors. While Fluor's NuScale 60 megawatt electric SMR is the most prominent example, as it is currently undergoing design certification review by the NRC, there are other SMR designs being considered. I understand that Utah Associated Municipal Power Systems, a public power agency providing wholesale electricity to over 40 community-owned electric utilities in the West, has selected the Idaho National Laboratory as a site for the first NuScale plant. Its acronym is UAMPS. It's in the process of obtaining power purchase agreements from its 40-plus members. In the context of this, or perhaps other projects in the U.S., one could imagine significant benefits for SMR success by the federal government ordering a book of 10 SMRs, or at a minimum, guaranteeing power purchase agreements for the output of 10 SMRs once in operation. The NELA legislation introduced last month allows for long-term government power purchase agreements for power produced by nuclear reactors. That would be a significant constructive step. Why would this government investment in SMRs matter? Here are a few potential responses. It would provide a known source of guaranteed financing. A guaranteed build of, let's say, 10 units would incentivize investment in manufacturing capability to take advantage of economies of scale. It would reduce the risk of the nth unit, as the project would apply lessons learned for the construction of the first, the second, and so forth. It would be accompanied by U.S. NRC design certification, which in spite of the decline of the U.S. commercial industry, is still considered the gold standard worldwide. Many countries do not have robust electrical grids. Vietnam is one example. Some of these countries do not need 1,000 megawatt power increments to be added to their systems. The smaller increments afforded by the SMR might be the optimum fit for some countries' needs. I'm on to my third and final initiative. This requires us to take a realist view of the world towards civil nuclear cooperation agreements, otherwise known as 123 agreements under the Atomic Energy Act of 1954. In April of this year, I joined a number of other former and current government and military officials in signing a letter to the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee concerning the U.S.-Saudi Arabia Civil Nuclear Cooperation Agreement, or more simply, the Saudi 123. The signers of the letter state their strong support for non-proliferation efforts, but urge conclusion of an agreement with Saudi Arabia that meets but does not exceed the requirements of U.S. law. The letter pragmatically urges that the U.S. not go beyond existing requirements to legally bound the Saudis to an agreement that forbids acquisition of uranium enrichment and spent fuel reprocessing capabilities, as some in Congress insist. The reason is quite simple. The Saudis are not likely to accept these extra measures, and again, they're not required by the U.S. Atomic Energy Act, and they'll go to other countries, whether it be Russia, China, or the Republic of Korea. For context, it's important to note that the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran allowed existing and future uranium enrichment activities in that country. The continued absence of U.S. commercial entities from the worldwide nuclear market further lessens our influence internationally on nuclear safety, security, and non-proliferation. We need to be pragmatic. In nautical terms, our commercial nuclear industry is nearing extremis. As noted in the July 2018 CSIS report, Back from the Brink, the time for action is now. With that, I will close. Thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Captain, Doctor, Attorney, Counselor. Really, you can see why we have him on this panel. We have another powerhouse here. Again, you all have the bios you can read, but again, we just honor you for all of you taking time, because you could obviously be sitting on many boards and getting paid a lot more than this volunteer work. So Mike Wallace is our next speaker, former Chief Operating Officer of Constellation Energy, I think another Edison company, perhaps went all the way back to Thomas Edison probably. Former Chairman of the Nuclear Energy Group, Senior Advisor to CSIS. Jumping to some key things, he also advised the President of the United States on critical infrastructure, the whole cyber problem. I forgot to build on that when Admiral Caldwell mentioned that as a former Deputy Director of a Cyber Center, the most risky aspect is the insider threat, the human capital, who you trust, and we're talking about combining cyber with nuclear technicians, and you can imagine the implications of not having a culture, ecosystem, people, executives, workers in that area that Mike Wallace has studied. So I could go on and on, but given time is tight, Mike, why don't you come up and give us your thoughts?
Thanks so much. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to be here and especially want to express my appreciation to Dr. John Hamre and Admiral Bill Fallon, both of whom are great personal friends, for the effort to bring this gathering together. Further, I also want to especially appreciate my fellow panel members. It's always politically correct to say so, but Admiral Caldwell really teed up the nexus to the government side, nuclear navy, and the private sector side. Bill talked about that. I'll say more. But Bill in particular and I share something that we discussed in preparing for this. Neither of us work for the government. Neither of us work for a private company. That puts us in a position to say exactly what we think. Moreover, I think you'll find interesting how much my comments, even a few of my words, uncoordinated, parallel to Bill's. Perhaps that should bring a reinforcing credibility to the points that we are making. But the time for discussion is over. Literally, the time for substantive action is beyond critical. And as I will indicate, the action must come and be led by government leaders working in partnership with the nuclear industry. You heard how we did that in the 50s. There are other examples where it happened that way. This industry will not make it unless we take steps to reinvigorate that bold approach and not seek to make incremental changes. With time so critical, I will skip a further discussion of my Navy career, save it for another time. I interviewed Rickover 4 times. I sang 2 songs twice, but I still got in. A partial chronology of my 49 years in the nuclear sector may bring life to tangible events that evidence the plight of nuclear energy. After 5 years as a Navy nuke, I headed into the private sector in the nuclear industry. I took a job with Commonwealth Edison so that I could work on the Clinch River Breeder Reactor project in Oak Ridge. Only a few of you in here are old enough to even know what that was. It was viewed in the industry and at the time as the most exciting, aggressive program going. That's why I jumped into it. So that was in 1974, when Commonwealth Edison was the largest nuclear company and had plans for 24 nuclear units. But there was a scarcity of natural uranium, and the plans were challenged, so the government jumped in to begin to cure that problem by giving birth to the breeder reactors. They could make fuel while generating electricity. We were an integrated project team, official name, in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, involving Commonwealth Edison, TVA, and ERDA, today DOE, in one integrated organization, co-funded by the government and a dozen energy companies that all had nuclear interests. It was really exciting with our government and the nuclear industry working together in the 70s, 50s, 70s. We've done this. The project was going great and aggressively, but when I hit the 3-year mark there, it was stopped cold. we decided that it was not appropriate for non-proliferation purposes that we should continue that project and for all the other things that go with it. Those of you who are the students, of course, it's all about reprocessing. And yet, other countries kept going forward. I truly think you could view this as the point in time when we started falling behind and others kept moving ahead. Returning to Chicago with Commonwealth Edison, by 1982 I was the executive in charge of the nuclear plants under construction at the Byron and Braidwood sites. We finished them in '88. They were among the lowest cost nuclear plants built in the country, and today they are among the best performing nuclear plants in the country. In the 90s, I had overall responsibility for the 12 nuclear units at Commonwealth Edison. At that time, if we had been a country, we would have been fourth in the world for installed nuclear capacity. The U.S. truly was leading the world in all respects. A decade later, I was in charge of 8 reactors in Canada. And then in 2002, I joined Constellation Energy in Baltimore, where I had 5 reactors in Maryland and New York, and about 20 other power plants of all sorts in about 12 states. In 2005, we formed partnerships with the French. We were down the path to build 4 French reactors. By the way, it was our technology given to them coming back across the pond to us. Unfortunately, 4 years later, in 2008, gas prices were falling hard, driving electricity prices down, and our nuclear projects were deeply uneconomic. They simply would not work economically without government support. So we canceled all our nuclear projects, the new ones. I retired in 2011 and began a project here at CSIS with the support of my good friend John Hamre to consider what could be done to address the ailing nuclear industry. That effort resulted in a report titled, and some of you here in the room helped with this, Restoring U.S. Leadership, a National Security Imperative. To put that together, we had a 22-man CSIS Commission on Nuclear Energy Policy in the United States, which I co-chaired for 18 months. Unfortunately, the effort did not produce any meaningful results or outcome. Subsequently, at the suggestion of some members of the last administration in 2012, I began advising Emirates Nuclear Energy Corporation in Abu Dhabi as they were building the largest nuclear power park ever in the world, 4 1,400 megawatt nuclear units provided and built by the Koreans based on the U.S. design of combustion engineering, which was sold to the Koreans. Today, just 9 years after the country decision to proceed, those 4 units are physically completed and will begin operation meeting U.S. standards within 2 years. I was just there last week, so were others in the room. It's unbelievable. Best nuclear plants I've ever seen in my life, and I've seen a lot of them. Very importantly, I helped recruit over a score of individuals to go over and help with those plants, and many of them are Navy nukes. They live over there, and they're doing there what they wish they could be doing here. So over my 49-year career collectively, I've been the executive in charge of 27 different reactors, having built, operated, bought, sold, and decommissioned reactors along the way. I've experienced the height of U.S. nuclear energy technology development in the 70s, the growth into the 80s, the decline the beginning of this century, and now today, the actual loss of global relevance. but also today the recognition that the U.S. sets the highest standards, drawing from existing U.S. Navy and commercial industry fleet experiences, which other countries seek to embrace. And as we outline in our paper, I have handouts, title, Back from the Brink, a Threatened Nuclear Industry Compromises National Security. I want to take a minute to recognize my co-author, Amy Roma, and I also want to recognize Senator John Warner, who lit the fire, and I was going to say asked us to work on something. I should more correctly say told us we need to get this organized. That's where this report came about. Senator, thank you for lighting that fire. So as for where we are, unfortunately, we are continuing, if not accelerating, in a decline, impacting not only domestic nuclear energy, but also the infrastructure to support naval propulsion and the infrastructure supporting our weapons complex. And in all these areas, our ability to influence standards and set a direction for safe nuclear energy, non-proliferation, and even our national security interests is being destroyed. So let's look at today in three areas. First area, domestic nuclear reactors. Today, the U.S. has in operation 98 nuclear reactors. Until 3 weeks ago, we had 99 operating reactors. So another plant is now permanently shut down. As recently as 2013, we had 104 reactors operating in the U.S. And as you've heard, we have about the same number in the nuclear Navy. Of course, our commercial reactors produce electricity, but they also produce valuable, unique attributes that underpin our national security, including the following. They create a supply chain infrastructure that also benefits the Navy, the national labs, and the weapons complex. We heard about that from Admiral Caldwell. They provide career and job opportunities that are a link for those like me leaving naval propulsion and seeking to advance a career in the private sector. They provide a strong base for university nuclear engineering programs. They create a melting pot of nuclear talent that goes on to develop advanced nuclear technologies with opportunities for advanced DoD applications, as well as future commercial technologies. Our commercial reactors create critical resilience for the electric supply grid with up to 24 months of fuel on site and built to NRC-approved design basis threat requirements. They emit no carbon or other air pollutions for all the 24/7 energy they produce. Importantly, however, our commercial plants receive no compensation for any of those unique attributes. And current market conditions have made nuclear energy generally uneconomic, so these valuable, unique attributes are going to significantly erode. Unintentionally, we have made nuclear too expensive by market actions that have already been taken. Some of America's most efficient and cost-effective units are now, weeks ago, priced out of the market, and they and others are in jeopardy of closure within the next 3 years. And as that starts to accelerate, as a former nuclear executive, I can tell you I would not want to have one of the units in the last 20 or 30 nuclear plants operating. It simply would present too much risk and cost to my company. Here's what that would look like, 20 to 30 and going down. I would see my people leave for more promising careers, and they are doing so already today. My supply chain would be drying up and becoming more reliable, and that too is happening today. and any unforeseen investment requirement could trigger a precipitous permanent shutdown. And we have recently experienced exactly that in Florida and in California. So without exaggeration, under current conditions, in the next 15 to 20 years, we could see all commercial nuclear plants shut down in the U.S. It's a trend line down that at some point hits a cliff, because you don't want to be the last one left holding a commercial nuclear plant. If DoD, the National Security Council, and others value the unique attributes that our domestic fleet provides, then there are approaches that can be taken to recognize that value. And let me be specific about just a few in order to bring focus to actions that could be taken. First, provide tax credits tied to capital investment in nuclear plants. And a bill presently in Congress already proposes that. Number two, require that some percentage of the power requirements for military bases be provided by nuclear plants. Competition for those contracts would be among the universe of nuclear units, not against other technologies. DoD engagement would be absolutely key to this approach. Maybe make it 25% of base power requirements. Number three, support the development and deployment of new nuclear technologies using U.S. government facilities and stay with them until they reach commercial sustainability. The bill presently in Congress, Senator Murkowski, moves in that direction. Four, advance a cost of carbon proposal, such as has been proposed by the Climate Leadership Council. And finally, DoD could go on the record to FERC and others with their concerns with the decline in the commercial nuclear energy fleet, bringing focus to the valuable, unique attributes of commercial nuclear energy, especially grid reliability, which is under FERC jurisdiction. And this is only the beginning of a list of actions that could be considered. In summary, for this first area, domestic nuclear reactors, we must act now to maintain supply chains and operations expertise and to arrest the increasing trend to shutdown. And I respectfully suggest to DoD, we are at a crossroads. You have the line of sight and the most knowledge and experience in this area. You can help save this sector and advance the valuable, unique attributes that nuclear energy brings, and in so doing, shore up our national security. Now let's look very quickly at the second area that I'd like to discuss, U.S. domestic enrichment capacity. In 1985, 6 countries had enrichment capacity. The U.S. was number 1. Today, 30 years later, 13 countries have enrichment capacity, and the U.S. is number 13 with 0. In that same time period, Russian capacity increased by many multiples. Today, Russia is number 1 at almost the same level of capacity we were 30 years ago. We have ceded the whole global market to the Russians and others, and even more importantly, given up our enrichment capability and capacity. And while I talk about the path to nuclear energy irrelevance domestically in 25 years, let's look, number 3, at where we are today internationally. There are 440 nuclear units operating in the world, of which Russia has 37 and China has 43. But more importantly, in their going forward construction horizon, that is, reactors under construction, planned or proposed, the standard international nuclear industry categorization, let's look at the details for Russia and China. And I'm sorry for all these numbers, but the numbers tell the story. First, Russia. Within Russia, besides operating 37, there are 53 reactors under construction, planned, or proposed. Outside Russia, driven by Russia, there are more than 50 reactors under construction, planned, or proposed, involving 19 other countries. Now, China. Within China, besides operating 43 reactors, there are 220 under construction, planned, or proposed. Outside of China, driven by China, there are 20 under construction, planned, or proposed, involving 12 other countries. Within the U.S., we have 2 reactors under construction and no others on the horizon. Outside of the U.S., we have 0 under construction, planned, or proposed, involving 0 other countries. I repeat, the U.S. has 2 reactors under challenged construction, with 0 being pursued in any way outside the U.S. In the international marketplace, we're not losing the game. The U.S. has become totally irrelevant. And this is not an opinion. The facts speak for themselves. Just look at the trends and the forces. And where this is all going becomes quite inevitable. Additionally, Russia and China also have extremely aggressive government-funded nuclear programs that are growing in dominance. They build, own, and operate. That's the model they project. And it has very significant implications for their overall influence within those countries. You could make the case that for some countries, if you own and operate a large nuclear plant, you control the grid. If you control the grid, you can influence domestic and foreign policy of that country. How elegant is that? China actively uses its economic and diplomatic influence to promote nuclear exports. In Russia, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for promoting Russian nuclear technologies abroad. And Rosatom has said that Russia's GDP gains 2 rubles for every 1 ruble invested in building nuclear power plants abroad, in addition to the follow-on trade implications. And in terms of global nuclear competitiveness and dominance, we have idly watched as they have left us in the dust. Indeed, again to repeat, when compared to the Russians and Chinese, we have become totally irrelevant on the world nuclear stage. And there are significant nuclear security implications. So what can be done to assure that we experience growth, not decline, in nuclear energy, in naval propulsion dominance, and increased foundation to our global national security objectives? Stated humbly and respectfully from one individual who's seen a lot over the past 5 decades, we need leadership and a clarion call for partnership between the government and the nuclear industry, like we had in Eisenhower's day when he lit a fire for the Atoms for Peace initiative. He created that initiative, as we've heard, to advance nuclear energy technology and do so in a manner that advanced U.S. national security objectives, including objectives to assure high safety standards, meeting global objectives for safety and security, and non-proliferation. And like then, the initiative needed today must be led by the U.S. government, with no windfalls to the commercial sector, but with assistance provided in order to facilitate engagement and progress on all sides, recognizing the valuable unique attributes of nuclear energy. Back from the brink, our study provides some recommendations in this direction. It's on the CSIS website. But even more specifically, we need a few top leaders from DOD, the Navy, the National Security Council, and DOE and the State Department to drive this in partnership with the nuclear energy and a few top executives in the nuclear energy industry. There are appropriate frameworks for how this can be done. There are models that can work. And we need an immediate triage approach to stop the bleeding. Much more is needed than I can outline here. We need an integrated, bold strategy. Incrementalism is not getting it for us, notwithstanding a lot of good work by a lot of good people. And that strategy needs to be developed by an integrated team of government leaders led with private sector executives. And the time to act is now. A bit trite, but we need to come back from the brink. Thanks.
Wow. He was over by 8 minutes, but I didn't stop him because he was on a roll. Well, I think time is a little tight because we do have a speaker that Mike will introduce. But how about if there's any one burning question, and then we'll have the panel dismiss, and then our speaker will come up. One question. Is that all right, Admiral Fallon, or are you waving off questions? You're in charge here.
Oh, absolutely. You got time for questions.
One question.
No, you can get more than one.
My question's about why wouldn't we address, since the challenges, commercial challenges of power in the country are going to be influenced by the green wave, what's happening in alternative energies inside the U.S. that will really challenge again the economy of nuclear power inside the U.S. That's one wave. The second wave is we have an administration that pushes hydrocarbons, and I hear the oxymoron every day, clean coal, along with the fact there's no such thing as climate change. So how does your strategy work inside political, as it were, grasp to move ahead with these type of agencies if you don't have strong intellectual support inside what you're doing?
While the panelists think, I could just tell you great points being up in Dakota watching this happen. In fact, we're starting to build wind farms all over North Dakota because Minneapolis wants energy, but they don't want the wind farms in Minnesota, which is interesting, which is causing, quite frankly, a major response. It's affecting hunting, recreation. So there may be a limit of how much renewable. Anyone want to take the question on there? Integrated view?
I'll take one shot at it. There is a reality of the politics of our country and the pressures and forces, commercial and otherwise, that cause the outcomes that get created. The approach we took in our work in the brink is to not negate what anybody else is doing, but rather look at nuclear energy as a very special type of electricity production, which has the valuable attributes that I talked about that none of the others have, and therefore look at how do we take positive steps to bring nuclear energy and the government together rather than take negative steps to turn somebody else away. That's a broader political question. We're trying to focus on the solution for nuclear energy.
Okay. Admiral tells me we have about 10 more minutes. We can take more questions. Okay. Well, let's see. I'll go to the back room, way back there. The young lady, I think. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mallory Shelbourne. I'm a reporter with Inside Defense. My question is for Admiral Caldwell. As for the disposal of the Enterprise, I understand the Navy put out an RFI for the surface ship support barge, and that the disposal of that ship could act as a blueprint for the Enterprise. Could you talk about what that could look like and anything that could be copied from that disposal?
Sure. First off, I talked about this a little bit earlier. We are looking at the most affordable way and that's safe, reliable, with the proper regulation to dispose of enterprise. And so to get after that, we have an environmental impact statement that's examining several alternatives. There's not a chosen one yet. We'll have to come through that process, see where that leads us, including the public dialogue that goes with that, and that's going to take a year or more to get to it. Now, your specific question was about the surface ship support barge. This was a facility, small facility that we use to take the fuel out of aircraft carriers and process it in the shipyards before we move it to Idaho, where we have an interim storage facility. So we have to, like all of our components, we have to deal with these responsibly and protect the environment and protect our people, even disposing of the components safely at end of life. So that surface ship support barge has to be handled and dealt with, and it's a much smaller project than something as enormous as, say, the Enterprise. So we're undertaking that to learn about affordable, cost-effective ways to approach that. And I won't go as far as to say that it's a blueprint for enterprise disposal, but we're going to learn some things that potentially could inform the way that we approach the enterprise disposal.
Other questions on this side of the room? Anybody? I'll move here. I didn't want to dismiss now. Looks like there's more questions over here. Sir.
I'm Jack London with the CACI. Just a simple question. We're talking about a dramatic problem. It's not going to be solved by incrementalism. It's a paradigm shift in its consequences. And I'm just curious about the defense establishment and administration leadership being cognizant and aware and willing to do something about this. Can anybody speak to that, please?
So this is not incrementalism. We heard that. A paradigm shift. I was writing some words. We've talked about we're in extremis. We're at a crossroads. So I think there's agreement here. Anybody want to kind of build on the idea of how to get that into the senior DoD and administration leaders is what I heard. That sense of urgency.
I'll take a shot at it first, but okay, Bill, are you on it?
No, go ahead. I'll
back me up on it then. Okay. It's an obvious question. It's a difficult one for Admiral Caldwell to respond to, or a lot of other people. Totally understand that. But this forum is a fire that's now hopefully being lit that rolls forward so that we engage others at higher levels and decision makers with the reality of the extremis that we are in right now. And what was the phrase earlier that we know all too well? It's general quarters. Everybody on deck, what needs to be done? The problem is clear, and we're at a precipice where we need to be taking action. So this is a step, and hopefully more.
I'll just add, I think Secretary Perry, Department of Energy, has taken some strong stances here. He sent a letter that most of you are aware of based on FERC regulatory approaches that is trying to influence FERC and their evaluation of electricity markets. I know that DOE is continuing to work in those areas, even though FERC has not really taken any significant action yet. I think I'm encouraged by seeing bipartisan groups in Congress who are either introducing legislation or supporting legislation. So I think there's opportunities right now, but more needs to happen.
Ms. Roma, I want to thank you for helping organize this panel, by the way. You did great work.
Absolutely. So I just have a quick question for Bill or Mike. Where are nuclear power plants being built around the world, and why does it matter that the U.S. isn't there?
Well, I'll start out, Mike. So certainly India is building plants, China, Turkey. Russia's building a large number still within their Russian Federation boundaries. And if you look at the opportunities, and I'll tell you, I'm looking at Joyce Connery here, who led Team USA activities for President Obama's administration in a very real way, working overseas, trying to market U.S. technology. We're not even part of those discussions right now. And I don't think one can blame Westinghouse for that or any particular single corporation. I think the state-owned aspect that Russia and China bring to the financing makes a huge difference. And I think maybe Mike, from his private sector experience, can comment more on that. But right now, we're not playing, period.
I'd say two things. Number one, we are in an environment where we're expecting companies in the U.S. to compete against countries. Russia and China are pretty big. And we already have a very wounded nuclear industry. With what little capability we have, there's no way in the world that, if you will, the companies in the U.S. are going to compete against the countries of China and Russia. That ain't going to happen. Why do we care? Having high nuclear safety standards is important to everyone. And the Chinese and the Russians do not build or operate their plants to the standards the U.S. does, which are based on the standards of the nuclear navy. I mean, it just all rolls forward, as we've heard a couple of times over. There's a reason why the overseas countries, Abu Dhabi, are requesting support from those of us in the U.S. who have broad experiences, and that includes a number of Navy nukes. There's a way by which things get done. The whole notion that nuclear is different, and this is an unforgiving technology that's got to be done right. Our standards are a little higher. And then the last point of it is the national security implications of being involved in the grid of somebody else's country. That's not my area of expertise. Just a layman can look at it and say, what sense does this make? And where is this going to be in 20 years? That's why we need to be on the stage.
Let me just piggyback on something Mike said. I serve on IMPO's advisory council and get briefed on IMPO activities and participate about once a quarter. And we get briefed on the World Association for Nuclear Operators, WANO. And there's people here in the room that are familiar with WANO. But WANO has basically a metric to measure the operating professionalism, so to speak, of the world's nuclear reactor plants. And the data is very clear. The United States is at the top for operating safety.
Okay, I think we're out of time, but I think the boss here at CIS, do you want to dismiss the panel, or you want me to do that? Because we have a speaker. Okay, so we have a final speaker here, so I want to ask everyone to thank the panel for all the work they did here. Thank you. Well done. And Mike will introduce our speaker.
So it's my distinct honor to introduce our last speaker. He's an individual who has become a good friend. In the 70s, he was my boss when he was Secretary of the Navy and actually signed my commission. He has unbelievable passion for nuclear energy. And as I said a minute ago, he sparked the steps that have brought all this forward and ultimately brought us here today. Most of all, he is a great American. Please welcome Senator John Warner.
I'm undeserving of that, but enjoyed every minute of it. And I just can say right now that I shall really be brief. And I'll start with a true story. If you can leave a forum like this with one joke that you can use yourself, it's worth it. But this happened to me. It was truthful. When I was Secretary of the Navy, I was a boisterous, energetic, hit 'em, and I used to end up every speech with Admiral Farragut at Mobile Bay said, "Damn the torpedoes." Full speed ahead. And a person like my dear friend Norman Polmar, who's so much smarter than I am, came up and he said, "Mr. Secretary, you got to stop saying that." I said, "Why? Why?" "Because it's not true. I've researched it. Here's the research. Farragut said, damn the torpedoes, I'm going to the head. Well, I shall be short, but I tell you, this has been a marvelous forum for me because it's sort of B-rolled my life all the way back. And I think of how I got started and what I treasure today, a small item, more than anything else. And that is, picture the fall of 1944. And I remember it was Christmas week, and the Battle of the Bulge had hit us. And that was a frightful situation that we got into. We're not here to assess how, but we were in it. And we lost, history will show you, the greatest number of casualties in working our way out of that war of any single battle, World War II. Well, I'd been in a struggle with my father, who had been in World War I as a doctor, Army captain, in the trenches. Triage was his specialty. And he drummed into my head certain strong fundamentals, and we used to clash constantly. And I said, Dad, I really want to go in. All the guys in the block have enlisted. I'm here by myself. Please let me go. And he finally relented, and I went off to boot camp. And it was a remarkable experience. We were pulling ourselves out of the depression of this terrible loss in the Battle of the Bulge. And America was on a roll again, but boy, I tell you, that boot camp, they were rough. They had really shaped it up. They used to march us in every week after we finished a week and show us the raw footage from the battlefields in Europe and the battlefields in the Pacific. And the officer would say when the lights came back on, you are next. Pay attention to what we're telling you because you're looking to save your own life with what you learn here and to respect the fellow sailor, airman, or Marine next to you because your life could be dependent on his performance. And a lot of fundamentals. So we worked our way through that. And I carried those same basic thoughts with me all the way through. Whoever thought a high school dropout? So I quit school, didn't finish like a lot of other kids, and marched off, 17. But I look back at only in America can really kids come out of that sort of a vacuum of where they didn't do things right and ever ascend to slowly climb up the ladder of opportunity, the great opportunities given by this country. Now, why do I lay all that out? I had several experiences in the course of my wonderful career. I'm not extolling myself, but what a privilege it is to be a Secretary of the Navy or Undersecretary. Both of us started out, my good friend here with me in position, and then advanced. And for 5 years, 4 months, and 3 days, I had that job till President Ford, who succeeded Nixon, get me out of there. You got to go help me with something else. And if you do the next job right, Warner, and you don't screw up, I'll bet you get elected to the Senate. Well, it happened. So, but I apply these principles today to where we are. We have got to figure out a solution. And this last panel was excellent on digesting and explaining the problem as they see it today and where do we go. We're going to be faced with a challenge. We're going to have to go to the Congress. And I'm here today filling in for the distinguished chairwoman, I should say, of the Energy Committee who couldn't come. I know her very well, campaigned for her, went to, with her father when he had the job as a senator from Alaska. But it's going to be through that legislative channel that we've got to tee this thing up. And slowly we got to begin to, piece by piece, build that strong case until such time as a president, and I'm not going to get into talking about the current one, it may be him. Who knows? Look at this China trade policy. I mean, 3 weeks ago he's been cussed at. Now it looks like maybe we got a policy out of all that cursing and finger pointing. But then we got to tee it up, and only a president can really bail us out of this situation. In all due deference to SecDef, and we know him well, he's a wonderful man, fellow Marine, but he has got to explain to the president, this is what we must have. It's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of basic survivability. I remember another chapter that I had in the SecNav. I hadn't been there very long, and Mel Laird was a wonderful Secretary of Defense. He called me into his office, and he was rough and tough. And he said, look at these statistics. All these young officers and enlisted finishing their nuclear assignments, and Admiral Fallon knows this firsthand. They're getting jobs offered to them 3 and 4 times the salaries they're making in the Navy. Now go fix it. Go fix it. Yes, go fix it. So I called over to Bupers, and I told the head of Bupers, he was Admiral Moore's roommate, I said, send over the smartest person you have to fix this problem and help me out. And a guy appeared that afternoon. I remember it so well because in the old days in the Pentagon, anybody could wander through the halls. We all opened our windows to get fresh air and all that stuff. Saturday afternoon, I'm listening to a football game, and aide came in, and he said to me, Bupers man is here. And in walked a naval officer in full uniform, 4 stripes, and he didn't have 4 stripes. How many? Damn if I remember how many he did. But he later became Chief of Naval Operations, Jim Watkins. And we sat down and we devised the hump legislation, which in a very circumvented way, and anybody reading it would have gotten lost in the detail, but we came out so that we got money subterranean into the young officers' hands, one way or another, to keep them in. Well, today it's sort of in reverse. We need the industrial base now to hold out hope to those same young officers. Now, some women as well as men in the submarine officer corps and enlisted who want to finish their various periods of service, whether it's the first 5 years or the next 6, after that horrendous training they must go through, and there's some hope of getting a job in the industry. We got to bring that back into life. So we've got to get together and figure this thing out. But this has been a marvelous forum. I'm quite confident we can do it. And if we don't, the country is going to be in peril somewhere. So if I had any authority today, I'd say, Pomar, begin to put together an outline of what we must do and how we should go about it. Is that something you would think about it? If you're not, detain a minute and I want to talk to you about how to do it. But you've got to get through the existing political system, Congress and the executive branch, united to get this thing done. And explain to the Americans, yes, there's a safety measure, but you've got hundreds of thousands of sailors sleeping but a bulkhead away from this same reactor. You've got to share with them, Admiral Fallon and Romy and others here, you've got to share with them the issue of safety in order for your own survival economically. With that, I bid you a fond farewell. Bye-bye.
Well, Chairman, thank you very much. I don't know how we could have ended this on a better note. I also want to just take a minute, if you can hold your seats for 10 seconds here. This wouldn't have been possible, certainly without Dr. Hamry's facility and staff in particular, and Liza and Ian, stand up somewhere in the back here. There's Liza Keller back there, Ian Barlow from this staff who did a terrific job. Dale Lemmy from NHF, and without her support, Amy Rosa, this thing would not have been possible. So thank you all very much. Kudos to each of the speakers, the panelists. I think you did a terrific job. Very different perspectives. Covered the waterfront, I think, pretty much one end to the other. So you've laid out for us the challenge. You gave us a very solid foundation from the past in ways that we can actually leverage what's gone on within this field of nuclear power. And it's pretty obvious to me that there's work to be done. So we will take under advisement how to proceed next, but it seems to me that we could take a few steps forward very soon to try to actually operationalize what's been discussed here, and we'll do that with your help and assistance. So thanks for all those that have supported this effort. A terrific day, and I don't know whether, there's still food back there, so those that want a snack on the way out can get it. Great of you to share your time with us, and have a great day. Be careful going home.